Just the way you do it makes me cry all night. Baby, I just love the way you smile. This like smile that makes me wild. And every time you really smile for me, yeah, I feel so invincible. I just love your smile. Just the way you do it makes me cry all night. I just love your smile. Just the way you do it makes me cry all night.
Hey, there we are. Greetings, gamers, and welcome to November's community stream. I am your host, Vortex, and today we are going to be doing the community-voted subletting subclasses. I see a bunch of y'all in chat already. It is nice to see everybody here today. I hope everyone's doing great. Everyone's enjoying the start of their weekend. We have a really fun topic for today, y'all. So if you guys are just coming in and weren't here for the week or are not part of the Discord, by the way, link in chat if you want to join. We are doing subletting subclasses today. It is a new series that we are going to do where we take a subclass of a very particular type of either lore or power base based on like the abilities that they have. And then we take that and we are going to try to develop a different subclass from another class set and see if we can expand upon that lore, use the abilities and use the whatever we know about it to craft a brand new subclass, but with the same type of abilities. So that's going to be what we're trying to do today. Our fight today is going to be turning the Echo Knight from the fighter class into a rogue subclass, and we'll kind of let you know what our naming scheme and everything what we're going to do here shortly. But before we get to our naming scheme, we're going to have to walk over what an Echo Knight is and exactly what we're going to do with it. Because obviously, if you know anything about the subclasses, fighter and rogue, completely different layouts in terms of subclasses. Fighter gets a whole bunch more because they don't get shit for their prime, and rogues basically get almost nothing for a long time. So we're going to have to deal with that, figure out a way to balance it, but that's where the fun is going to be today. So enjoy, join us as we embark on attempting to do the impossible.
Listen,
listen,
we love breaking down boundaries around here. All right, so I am stoked to see what impossible things that we can do. No one's ever asked me that before.
There we go. Your white balance was off.
Wow.
I was like, no, you're still, yeah, no, your camera's really bright right now. I don't know why. You weren't that bright before. All the stuff is fixed.
All the things.
There we go. That's better. That's better.
That's perfect.
You look
I like
way
it.
more natural now.
I like it.
It's much better lighting. Do I have? No, I got. Yeah, you must have just been mistakenly off. How's it going, everybody? How's life in Germany over there, Hoylepa? Y'all
Awesome.
y'all
Awesome.
being chill,
We loving
not
it.
going insane like other places.
Wild.
Who else we got? Soul, what is going on? Glad to see you here. I know that you were really interested in this one, so awesome to have you with us. All right, well. I keep forgetting that I have Fossabot on here. And I don't think I've ever set it up. I just have it. So every time I look at who's in chat, I'm just like, Fossabot. I'm like,
That's what that is.
Whatever's going on. All right. Let's get ready to rumble. So I'm really excited for today. It is definitely a brand new endeavor for us. We haven't done anything like this.
Definitely.
I don't know. Like I've seen plenty of people build subclasses. We've reviewed plenty of subclasses. We've talked about subclasses that we're either currently building or have built in the past.
Yes.
But one thing I don't know that I've seen anybody do in particular is my camera. It is on. One thing I've never really seen anyone do is something along the lines of this, where they take a already existing subclass and take the features, the lore, and the and the categorization of their ability and try to transform that into a completely different subclass, but of the same relation. And that's kind of where I'm really excited to hopefully do something a little bit new and embark in a little bit new territory. I'm also really excited to finally get to, I think Lucifer had brought this up at one point, but getting us to actually just show off how we do our own homebrew, like how do we go about it from start to finish. I mean, we kind of did that in pop culture builds, where when we did Shazam, we kind of showed off how we look through things and how we would balance it. Yeah. But this is going to be completely unique territory because we are building it from the bottom up, starting at level 1, and these are going to be brand new abilities, right? We're not trying to, like, Shazam was great, but that really wasn't us homebrewing anything. It was taking what we already knew to exist and see what pieces we could fit together to make that puzzle or to make that picture. Yeah. But this is going to be really just starting from scratch. We know we have an idea. We have hopefully some lore and some history, but that's about it. You know what I mean? What up? How's it going, Lucifer? How you doing?
Welcome.
All right. So we are going to figure out how we're going to do this. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm really excited. And yes, so as I said in the intro, we are taking the Echo Knight, which I always forget is from our good friends at Critical Role, the ones who've never met us and have no idea. They're good friends.
Of course. Great friends.
If they ever met us, we'd be great friends. But yeah, so I think, this was Matt Mercer's group, right?
Yes.
And so he created the Echo Stalker. So I have pulled up a little bit of the lore of that because I do want to dive in to a little bit of the lore to give us some inspiration for some of these abilities. And then once we kind of get an idea of what the lore was, where it came from, we'll dive into the actual specs. We'll dive into, primarily we'll be looking at the subclass itself, but we are going to dip and look at where you get certain things based on what the fighter already has, because we do want to find specific synergistic points. We want to find spots that really mend well between fighter and subclass, so we can also get inspired to figure out how we're going to transition those abilities to make them feel really intertwined with Rogue. And we're going to see how well that works. All right, cooking time. Enjoy that. So what are your thoughts on this? Like, just initially before we get started,
I had the opportunity to actually come across this while watching Critical Role. So I got to see a little bit of how they introduced the lore and like what this is, and like the idea immediately like caught me, and I wanted to make a character based upon this class because what they could do and like the idea of the possibilities behind it. So I'm really liking the idea of how anybody can take this same concept and implement it in a different way. And so I'm very excited to see what we actually end up coming up with and how we end up putting things together for the end of the line class. And I totally think it's gonna be a doable thing for us to actually set it up so where we have a class that's applicable in 5e. We have a class that we can use and just basically move over to like one of our community creations, right? So I'm very excited to see how that looks, but you know, we'll definitely get into some of the nitty gritty of what all that looks like and how we put all those pieces together. I'm like Vortex was saying, like there are a lot of things that fighters get in their subclasses. Their subclasses are heavy because their main class is so light. Like your main class in fighter, all you get is more attacks and indomitables, like rerolls on stuff. So like it's cool, but like everything comes from their subclass, which I kind of like because again, it means like, yes, you have like a foundation, but then like everybody that approaches a fighter gets to feel like they're really embodying their subclass. And I think that's what a lot of people want when they choose a subclass, is they want to feel like they're really able to embody whatever it is that they chose. Like, you know, if I chose like a divination wizard, like I really want to feel like a fortune teller or whatever the case may be. I really want to, like when I believe it was Hecate that rewrote the wizard, the necromancer wizard subclass. You really want to feel like I got this undead army, like I can summon a bunch of creatures. Like that's what you want from your subclass. You want to feel like you're able to do the thing. And so the more features you get that are prone to that really will help that out. So I think that's cool.
And then we have a posture check, hydrate check, so make sure you hydrate.
Let's go.
Posture. All right, Lepo, we are about to get into what the Echo Knight is and what the Echo Knight does. I just have to update some of my notes real quick.
So just so that we can maybe get before we get into actual Echo Knight territory, I'm just gonna look at the fighter. And it looks like key abilities that everybody loves is Action Surge and Second Wind, right? First and second level, you get Action Surge, which means you get to take another attack action on your turn, and you get Second Wind, where you get to heal yourself up a little bit, right? It's phenomenal. It's great. You get a fighting style to choose like the type of fighter you want to be. After that, you get an extra attack, which means you get to attack more. You get something called Indomitable, which I'm pretty sure allows you to re-roll a failed saving throw.
At 9th level?
Yeah.
You get it at 9th, 13th, and 17th. Hello? Begin at 9th level, you can re-roll a saving throw that you fail. If you do so, you must use the new roll.
There you go.
And you cannot use this feature again until you finish a long rest.
So
you can use this feature twice between the long rest, starting at 13th, and then 3 times at 17th.
Yeah, so you get an extra attack and an opportunity to re-roll specifically a failed save, right? And then you just get more of those. That's fighters. That's the diversity that you get. Lots of attacks and lots of re-rolls on saves. Like none of that in and of itself feels very fightery, other than being able to do a lot of hits.
Yeah.
Like, and so everything else that we're going to be looking at is going to be straight subclass features.
Right, because considering that with the normal, with fighter, you're looking at this right here. I mean, Action Surge, martial archetype, ability score, extra attack, ability, martial archetype, ability, indomitable, martial archetype, extra attack. Like, that's all you're getting over and over and over. But then you look at their subclass and they get 2 abilities at 3rd, 1 at 7th, 1 at 10th, 1 at 15th, 1 at 18th.
It's always
huge.
Progressing.
Whereas what we're going to have a challenge with is, while the rogue, on the other hand, they get a crap ton throughout their normal, development, right? Cunning action, then the rogue type, ability score, uncanny dodge, expertise, evasion, right? Like back to back to back. There's like 3 levels. They're just getting something that makes them more roguish, right? Then it's a couple levels of ability score. Then they get reliable talent. Then blind sense, slippery mind. Like they do constantly get something. So it does make sense that their standard subclass gets a 3rd, 9, 13, and 17.
And again, the only difference really becomes is, yes, you're getting all these things, but it's just generalizing what rogues look like and minimizing what their specialties are, right? And the fighter did the opposite. It generalized what their class is and maximized on what their specialty is, right? And so what you and I had been talking about is, if we see places where rogues can have abilities, we can insert them so it feels a little bit more like their specialty is maximized rather than, just the overall rogueness, right? Because then that goes along to what you've always said is every rogue feels the same, or every whatever, like anytime you see these huge gaps, like every wizard is just a spellcaster with a big spell list. And yeah, you can choose your spell list, but what else are you?
Yeah.
Like, what else do you do? What else makes you a different wizard than that guy over there, other than just a selection of spells? So that's what we're kind of here to look at.
Yeah. So yeah.
Okay.
So absolutely, it's going to be a big challenge. But so let's go quick over what an Echo Knight is, as it isn't primary to the core rule set. It is something that was created by Matt Mercer in Critical Role. And we have a little bit of a detail here for you about what they really are. Now, obviously, they have some, I don't know the whole lore behind Critical Role, so
Sure.
I'm not really that interested in like the Kieran dynasty and what that really is. Obviously there's that's more deeper lore than we need to know, but what I really want to know is like the powers and what's behind them. So I do know that Dunamancy is this new form of magic that Matt Mercer has in his realm as well. I don't know if I don't think that was ever a core until he kind of came out with it.
I think so. I think that's correct.
But Dunamancy being the potential and actual realities, right? Dealing with potential and actual, or they say potentiality and actuality. But the idea of it's the potentials that never were or could never be kind of concept, as far as I understand it. So we look at the abilities and powers of the powers and abilities of an Echo Knight are harnessing fading shadows of unrealized timelines. So that's where I kind of get the idea of it's the things that never were or could never be. Right, it's the things right on the edge of reality. Where
it feels
it's
like
they could have gone that
shadows
way,
of the multiverse, right?
It's the, I look at it as, for if you look at the multiverse as everything is possible, it's just it changes every time you make a decision. I look at it as when you make a decision, all of those other things that you could have done exist for a brief moment after you've made the decision, and then they fade. This is a magic that says, wait a second, if there's a infinite number or a multitude of choices that could have been made, and for even the briefest of seconds, even for the briefest of millisecond, they exist afterwards, it's a power vacuum, right? It's a sitting power that's not being utilized. So I kind of dig that. I kind of dig this idea that you're tapping into the literal microsecond. It's almost, you think about quantum, like real world quantum physics. It's kind of what it feels like, is you're tapping into those particles that only exist for a nanosecond, but in that second you can use it for something. So fascinating idea. They can pull shadowy duplicates of themselves called an echo to fight by their side. So I kind of dig this idea that the echo is a potential of what they were, like one of those fading potentials that they got to hold on to. The echoes are somewhat fragile, but the Echo Knight can summon another at any time. They must stay within 30 feet of the knight once it's summoned, or else it disappears. Knights can also teleport by swapping places with their Echo. Because of this, Echo Knights are able to easily lock down and move across the battlefield, essentially being able to be at 2 places at once, which is great because I don't believe that action uses their movement, so they could move and then still...
I believe it uses part of their movement. I think the teleport uses like half their movement, and then they have half,
Gotcha.
But I don't quote me on that.
We'll find out once we go through it. And then more powerful knights can project their consciousness into the summon Echo, using it to like scout ahead, because they can like see through it, I think. As far as 1,000 feet, so it also extends the range, I guess, of how far they can go away. They're also able to cause their Echo to teleport and intercept attacks, which I think is really cool. And then protecting their allies from incoming blows. And then the most powerful Echo Knights are able to summon and maintain 2 Echoes at once. So these are really interesting insights that I'm going to really try to understand. Oh, Lego Ninjago series. I have no idea what that is. We'll have to look that up.
Oh, I've seen a couple episodes of Lego Ninjago. It's wild. It's really cool.
All right, so let's look at Dunamancy and what actually it is. So the ancient and esoteric study of magic called Dunamis, which is based on potentiality and probability. Dunamis was discovered independently by several nations and explored to manage the control of time, gravity, fate, and removing chance from mortal actions. That's interesting. So I like the concept, but that's really weird. Time, fate, and chance all make sense. The gravity is the one that feels a little off.
I do agree. It's
like it does not fit. Where like I mean,
like I'm trying to like yeah.
But that's still not. I don't dig it. I don't think it should have just been time, fate, like time, fate.
Like imagine like a
chance.
wormhole or something like that, you know, like that kind of messes with time and kind of messes with space and kind of messes with gravity. Like
I just feel like when you say gravity, it kind of takes it to a different area.
Initially, it definitely takes my mind to a different platform. So I definitely see where you're coming from on that.
Interesting.
Although I'm not gonna lie, I am kind of a fan of some of the actual spells that you get with it.
Right. All right. So this is basically looked at as the primal magic energy of potential and potentiality and actuality, an anticipatory arcane force that helps shape the multiverse. Okay, there you go. There's the multiverse concept that we were talking about. And might very well be what holds its elements together, like an infinite web of unseen tethers. Those who study the control and tap into Dunamancy can subtly bend the flow of time and space by controlling the forces of localized gravity, peering into possible timelines to shift fate in their favor, and scattering the potential energy of their enemies to rob them of their potency. So again, I'm totally digging all of this, but I feel like it's a stretch when I don't know, the gravity thing, I get why they're trying to add it in because of like space time. It definitely feels like it's trying to tie that aspect in. But when you look at what the other ones are, it's not really, it's not sciencey enough to deserve gravity manipulation. You know what I mean? It's not like because it says you're manipulating gravity to do these things, but I don't feel like what you're really doing is science. You know what I mean? Like it's not science based in like, it feels like there's almost a disconnect between you're trying to make magic feel sciencey, but when you look at what you're doing with it, it's like you're not quite doing like
I know what you're talking about. You're not like doing equations and doing math in your head. Well, it's not like
peering into possible timelines. So if you're using the forces of localized gravity, that means that you're ripping a hole through the universes with a giant wormhole. Versus this kind of makes it feel like you're not doing that. You're mentally doing that. But if you're using localized gravity to peer into another universe or into an alternate timeline, you are probably literally ripping a very violent hole right in front of you, right? And I don't know if that's what it looks like. We haven't read up on it just yet. But it's just, I'm getting the weird sensation that it's like, I get the logic behind it, but the implementation feels like it's being shoehorned for
it could be a little rough.
Yeah, I just don't know if I understand why it's so important to throw the gravity in there, the gravity of the situation. So yeah, it's just I get why they're trying to use it. I just don't know if it works with the concept of magic. You know what I mean? Like It just feels a little off. Let's see. So someone described this as existing between the fabric of all other forms of power. It is one of the oldest and the most fundamental forces within Exandria and beyond. It's capable of altering time, space, probability, and entropy. It's called esoteric form of magic, said for some elements of gravity, time, entropy, borrowed and tapped into by the arcane that we understand, but Dunamancy is something far older and often mysterious. Interesting. So we have, okay, so here's the different subclasses that they already have. So we already have an Echo Knight. They have the Chronorgilist, which is a wizard focused on the manipulation of time and potential probability. The Fighter is a master of the arts who uses Dunamis to summon the fading shades of unrealized timelines. A Graviturus is another wizard who learns how to affect bodies of matter, drawing them together and driving them apart. And the Path of Fundamental Chaos, a unique barbarian. So we talked about a barbarian earlier, able to unleash Denomancy Chaos with each rage.
Interesting.
And there's only one person with these abilities. So technically, I don't know if that's considered playable or not. It says that there's only one person. His character is the only one who technically had it. Or let's see, what do you get? So Chaos Burst. The barbarian can add 2d for extra damage to an attack with a melee weapon twice a day, and then that increases. At level 10, when the target hits the barbarian can roll a d4 for one possible random outcome. Space, player gets resistance to the damage and pulls the enemy through a portal, teleporting them 30 feet away. Gravity, the attacking creature suddenly slows down and is tipped over, missing their target and falling prone. Time, the player gains resistance to the attack while the attacker speed is halved, and they can't make more than one melee or range attack to the end of the next turn. Or luck, which is presumed, so whatever that means. Like, I guess that's DM favor. That's interesting. That is,
I like some of those approaches to abilities. I don't know if I would use them all for a barbarian.
That's my thing. I just they sound really interesting use, but that is not what I would have expected for a barbarian. Like, I kind of like, I mean, I would have, I kind of understood the Chaos Burst getting more damage, and
I would love more damage, but I'd love it flavored as, especially with the thought that there is gravity magic in here. Imagine just increasing like either the inertia or like the weight of like my hammer as I'm like coming
or
through.
Imagine having an ability where you can like smash the ground and any enemy within 30 feet of you is pulled 5 feet.
Yeah,
like a gravity surge, right? Like that would be kind of cool.
That would be very cool.
And then at 14th, you get Mark of the Messy End. While raging, the player can mark a creature, allowing any creature against it to be considered a critical on 18, 19, or 20.
Cool.
So, okay, that's, I guess that's the probability, like, the potential probability, like, factor of the magic.
Right.
And then, I mean, I do appreciate that each one does seem to dip into the various parts. So it's not like the barbarian's only dealing with gravity.
Sure.
Right. He's like tapping into all of them. So I kind of dig that part, at least, because it's a pool of stuff that you don't really know. So
yeah.
I kind of like that you get different powers. And then 4 rage forms. So the kind of rage entered by the player is determined randomly by rolling a 1d4 whenever they begin raging. Gravity, the glass inside his head starts to dim and everything's okay. So that seems like it's specific to that character. Orbital decay, they generate an aura of heavy gravity. All creatures that start their turn within 15 feet are pulled 10 feet towards them and suffer disadvantage on attacks against creatures other than them. That's oof. I don't know what level this comes at, but that's rough. Like, that's a lot when you're just raging and that's just constantly happening.
That's like the whole time you're raging?
So let's see. So head back. Okay, so orbital decay. Ashton generates an aura of heavy gravity. All creatures that start their turn within 15 feet are pulled up to 10 feet towards him and suffer disadvantage on attacks against creatures other than him until the beginning of their next turn.
That is pretty cool.
And this just says that this is just the kind of rage that you get. You also get density well. They cannot be knocked prone, pushed, pulled, or forced to move. And when they hit with a melee attack, you can burn a Chaos Burst to do additional damage, which is what we saw before. If the target doesn't succeed a strength saving throw, they get knocked prone. So that's fine because that comes with a burst. But man, that has to be at the capstone where you're just constantly pulling enemies towards you 10 feet.
I mean, that's a pretty cool ability. Like, I might take that.
But you are a tank, so I mean, you are basically kind of forcing aggro. So you are putting yourself in it. That's just that's heavy. Space. So while raging, Ashton's head becomes less there, and their brain becomes slightly transparent underneath the glass. I guess that's again okay. So those are just more specifics to how he looks. Violent Gateway. Whenever Ashton brings a creature to 0 hit points, he falls into a portal and teleports up to 60 feet away. Wormhole Strike. You can burn a Chaos Burst to make a ranged attack up to 60 feet through a portal with additional damage, and then you can also put their arm through the portal and use their strength to move objects. Scatter Blow. You have your hammer carries the target through the portal created by Wormhole Strike. Okay, so you hit
somebody through the portal.
Yeah. Okay. Time when raging, Ashton begins. Okay, so that's Temporal Morris. At the beginning of their turn, a target within 15 feet must make a Constitution saving throw to avoid having their speed halved and losing their reactions until the beginning of their next turn. Actually, that's not too bad. Kind of like that one. Hyper Rage. You can burn a Chaos burst to enter Hyper Rage, becoming red and blue blur. They can move twice their normal speed and gain additional attack. Acceleration Wave. Ashen can target up to 10 creatures, imbuing them with accelerating energy.
Interesting.
And then the luck, when raging probability matrix, Ashen and each ally within 10 feet of him can add a d4 to attack rolls and saving throws. That's actually pretty cool.
So you're just blessed?
Basically, as long as you're within 10 feet. And then Dreadful Misfortune, when the target misses, you can burn a Chaos Burst to trigger Dreadful Misfortune, which forces an enemy to attack themselves against their own AC. If the target hits themselves, they take half damage.
That's interesting response.
Yeah. Yeah, that's very interesting. Okay. So that's a unique, I mean, I guess it's very specific to a character and not so much intended for a global subclass.
Sure.
That does give us an idea of where the creator went with Dunamancy.
Yeah.
At least with that. Yeah, let's see. So, and then the other two are just wizards, one focusing on time manipulation, probability, the other on bodies of matter and everything. And then we have the Echo Knight. So let's see if we can add in our own.
Let's do this.
Let's go all the way back. So fighter, we kind of have an idea of what fighter does for us, right? I think we kind of, it's extra attacks, blah, blah, blah. So let's go over really quick. By the time we're going to become an Echo Knight, you're really only get your action surge, which means you can basically have a one-time second action.
Yeah, that and your second wind.
And we know that with the fighter, it's not going to be until 7. So once you get your Echo Knight, the only thing that we're really going to get really it's just Indomitable and then extra attacks after 9th level. So really, again, we're just kind of looking at what does Echo Knight do. 5th level is going to give us the extra attack. So when you make your Echo Knight, you at 3rd level you get your Manifest Echo. So you can use a bonus action to magically manifest the echo of yourself in an unoccupied space you can see within 15 feet of you. It's magical, translucent, gray image of you that lasts until it's destroyed, until you dismiss it as a bonus action, or until you manifest another one, or until you're incapacitated. So the normal kind of illusion. It has an AC of 14 plus your proficiency bonus. It has 1 hit point, and it's immunity to all conditions. So basically, it's a minion, as far as I'm concerned. It's just an insta-kill minion. If it has to make saving throws, it uses your saving throw bonus for the roll. If it's the same size as you, it occupies its space on your turn, or it is the same size as you, and it occupies its own space. On your turn, you can mentally command the echo to move up to 30 feet in any direction, and that does not cost an action.
When it says it's the same size as you, would you say that it's the same size as your base form? Or if somebody were to cast Enlarge on you, it would also be enlarged?
I think rules as intended is current form. Because again, it's for potential, right? So if I'm transformed and then I dip into the potential shades, I'm probably transformed in those potential universes at the same time. It's meant to pull a copy of me as I am. So yeah, I would assume that it takes your current form and not your base form.
Okay.
And so I do like that you move it without any action, and then if it's ever more than 30 feet from you at the end of your turn, it's destroyed. So I like that it can go beyond you, but at the end of your turn, it's gone.
Gotcha.
So you can make it do something.
Got another hydrate. Oh, Aki's here. Thank you, Aki.
Oh, hydrate. Thank you so much. So Des says that they played it before and DM'd for it as well. And it's whatever possible version is based on you. So yeah, whatever you are currently. And that's what I feel like based on how Dunamancy works, because it's tapping into those like potential universes, you are in those potential universes in your current form, as far as I'm concerned, right? So in any particular way, it would make sense that you're gonna, do that. I would say the only thing that wouldn't work is if you're like illusioned. Like if there's an illusion cast on you to look different, and then you Echo Knight, it's not gonna have the illusion.
Your echo won't have the illusion.
So things like that, I think are like if you're polymorphed and you can still use your power, it would be polymorphed with you, right? But
although I don't think you would be able to still use it if you're polymorphed.
Yeah.
Because you become the thing.
Oh yeah, that's right. So polymorph wouldn't work. It would have to be.
It would be interesting if you would let a wild-shaped druid still use their, because technically you can still use all of your like racial abilities if you have them.
We should, and you still get all your class abilities as a druid in wild shape. So
yeah,
an echo druid.
With the exception of,
we should consider that.
That could be wild. That could be wild.
Timeline sorcerer, interesting. That could be kind of an interesting one. I don't know if there is a timeline sorcerer.
There's definitely not, but that would be very interesting.
All right, so what else can the echo do? It can do, as a bonus action, it can teleport, magically swap places with it if your echo is within 15 feet of you, regardless of the distance. Wait, so... Oh, so you can magically swap places as a bonus action, regardless of the distance, but it does cost 15 feet of movement.
Half
so it's
your
not
movement.
half. Well,
yes.
it's
theoretically
if you have more,
yeah.
yeah. But so again, that's also something really interesting, because if we were ever to make an echo monk, like we talked about, consider it only costs 15 to do something like that. If you're already moving 50, that's not that much.
That's if we use that same feature. With
Exactly. Yeah. But I'm just trying to think of like how that could be applied elsewhere. And then when you make an attack on your turn, any attack that you make with that action can originate from the space, from your space or the echo space. You make the choice for each attack. So
if I got 5 attacks on my turn, I can have 3 from my space and 2 from its space.
Yeah. So I definitely want to keep that one in mind. And then when a creature that you can see within 5 feet of your echo moves at least 5 feet away from it, you can use your reaction to have an opportunity attack. So basically, it doubles your battlefield coverage.
Yeah.
And man, can you imagine someone with Sentinel with this or something like that? Like, yeah, absolutely.
Would you rule that Sentinel would work even if it came from the echo?
Say that again?
Would you rule that Sentinel would come into effect even if the opportunity attack came from the echo?
I mean, I don't see why not.
I mean, theoretically, it's a duplicate of you, and if whatever you're doing to stop that creature from moving works in your own form, it should work in your echo's form.
Interesting.
Lepa is back for more.
It's an extra hard work DM. Comes up with a D100 table of possible effects for different reality versions. Ugh. See, those, again, we had this talk last week, I think, during our tangents. Tables are a nice idea, but at the end of the day, they just kind of like. I'd much rather make it up in the situation that makes the most sense than.
Oh, we were talking about the crit tables.
It's like I mean, a D100 table is a lot, but still, it's so. Even with 100 options, it doesn't take into account what's happening.
I'll say it's easier to do when you're associating it with a class, or when you're associating it with like a specific character, because you can say, hey, when you do something in this vein, something like this will happen. Mm-hmm. And so you can kind of like cater it to, okay, if you try to like attack through your thing, like you could have a potential of a surge, and that you can make sure you give that table only things that would make sense with an attack. Right?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So because that was one of my biggest issues with, you know, the crit table was like, not all the time when you get it crit 1, is it going to make sense for you to lose your hand? But if that's possibly on that crit table, then how are we gonna
How are we gonna we were commenting more on the generalized tables that are not focused on anything other than outcomes, whereas at least a class-based table would hopefully focus on the situation.
And I do think at the very least, anytime there is a table situation, there should be a caveat that says the DM has the opportunity to replace this with anything that makes better sense for that. Because if there's like a perfect opportunity for you to do something in a certain situation and it's just not a part of the table, it kind of sucks to be like, nope, it's not a part of the table. You can't do that. And I'm like, screw that. It works. It's beautiful. It's great in this circumstance. Like, let's freaking do it. So I don't know. That's how I feel about it.
Yeah. All right, so Unleash Incarnation. So also at 3rd level, you can heighten your Echo's Fury. Whenever you take an attack action, you can make 1 additional melee attack from the Echo's position. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your Constitution modifier minimum of 1. You regain all expended uses after you finish a long rest. So this is basically just another
attack.
Yeah, this is basically just yet another way that you can attack even more.
Yes.
I'm really curious because that is definitely one. I think this might be where we do, because normally, like, you know, Rogue normally only gets like one ability at level 3, which essentially would be the Manifest. So I kind of want to bend the rule a little bit.
I'll say even like with that's not because I recently took a subclass of what was it, Phantom Rogue, right? And so at level 3 they get this ability. Number 1, at the end of like a short or long rest, you can basically get proficient in something you're not proficient in by basically talking to a ghost.
Gotcha.
But then also the ability that they have at level 3 is whenever you hit somebody with an attack, you can do psychic damage to somebody within either 10 or 30 feet of them.
Because normally, at least the subclasses that I was looking over for Rogue to get in examples, it was just a single at 3rd level you get one thing. Whereas like this, you know, with Fighter, it specifically says you get 2 different things. But I wasn't able to find a subclass, at least on the core for Rogue, that like said 2. So if we can do that, like if you feel like that's, you know, that we're cool with adding 2 level 3, because that was my biggest concern with Rogue, is we're really only going to get the summon at level 3. But I'm like, I really would want to at least say, you know, you also get this.
Right.
So if you've seen that in a subclass, then I'm cool adding it.
Yeah.
Again, we don't want to break this too much. We want to try and stick to availability. But I don't think it would be that bad to say, because I mean, even this says you manifest it, and then you know, these are the things that you can do with it. And then this one is just more in line with the fighter's extra attack. So that second ability may or may not even come up for a Rogue.
Sure.
Because we have those bullet points. All right, so Echo Avatar at 7th level, you can temporarily transfer your consciousness into your Echo. As an action, you can see through your Echo's eyes and hear through its ears. During that time, you were deafened and blinded, so your position is basically just like near comatose. You can sustain this effect for up to 10 minutes, and you can end it at any time. Requires no action. While your Echo is being used in this way, it can be up to 1,000 feet away from you without being destroyed.
Probably because your consciousness is in it.
Exactly. So yeah, and then once you go beyond that, or once you disable it, your Echo would disappear. Yeah, no, I love that. I definitely think that that's pretty clutch for this.
I think it's cool. Weirdly enough, I think it's underwhelming for 7th level, because wizards can do this at 1st level with Find Familiar.
Yeah, what I would have liked to see, honestly, what would have been really great too, is a secondary action of, you know, as an action, you can put your consciousness into it. But I would have also liked to see Echo Avatar as in a, like call it like walking servant, where you can summon your avatar and give it very basic instructions. Like, hey, go open that door and see if there are traps. Go look around that corner and tell me if you see a guard. Go walk up that
see if they can like pick locks for you, or they can like
just almost like mage hand, but just very it's not like you can't, you know, it won't talk to you, it won't go talk to a guard.
Yeah.
But if you go over there, come back, were there a guard? Yes. How many?
Right.
It's like if you could just give it like, so you could take it over yourself, but imagine just being able to be like, go check that for me, and then keep talking to your buddies so you don't go blind and comatose. And then it comes back and goes, okay, so this is our situation.
You know what? I kind of like the ability to add on to this, the one that's already there, being able to choose. Like, say you get up to 1,000 feet away. I think it would be cool to be able to choose whether you stay in that position
or teleport to it.
Whether you teleport to it or whether you stay where you were.
Gotcha.
Right.
Just
like,
add in the teleport.
It just basically is like in this specific situation, when you leave its eyes, when you can choose whether to manifest your body.
When you end this, you can choose to teleport to its location. Yeah. That would be fucking clutch too. And what's really interesting though is it does say that it is the manifest is magical, translucent, and a great image, but it doesn't technically say it's incorporeal. So
it's got to be at least enough to do damage when it hits something.
Well, technically you're teleporting into it to do the damage, technically. Is how I've always read it. It's because, you know, you can attack like from it. So I've always looked at it as you temporarily or in its place do your attack and then you're back. But it could just be that it is
interesting.
But I'm just wondering, has I don't know if Des, if you know that if it's ever been used to go through like doors or walls. You know what I mean? I don't think it would be able to pass through a barred door.
Oh no,
like,
no.
But I mean, if it's a cell door, can it, because I can manifest it on the other side.
So,
Because within 15 feet of me, but can it, once it's manifested, can it like walk through?
you know, that was the other thing. I remember you actually ran this for Vixie one time in the Discord, and we had actually talked about how you felt about manifesting the Echo in vertical space.
Right.
Like, can you manifest it 15 feet up? And is gravity applying to it? Is it going to fall? Can it like hang out there?
I think we judge that it has to be on a solid surface, but verticality doesn't matter. If there's a ledge 10 feet up, you can make it appear and then teleport to it. Like that was the idea behind it. Is I didn't think that it would require it to be on the same level.
Yeah.
But yes, similar concepts of like how you can use this to traverse, but I don't think it was incorporeal. Let's see. So, Des did some research on the Sentinel part. So Echo with Sentinel. So the way people have figured it is Echo doesn't gain the benefits of feats, racials, or other benefits. So technically it's not going to be a copy of you. It's just an image. And unless you're in it, it doesn't get your feats. So like something like Sentinel probably wouldn't work because it doesn't have the reaction.
Did that lend to your mindset of whenever you attack through it, you're putting yourself in its place?
That's how I would read it, is you're deciding to be there to do the attack and then you're back in your spot.
If that's the case, then if I'm a Dragonborn, why wouldn't I be able to use my Dragon Breath?
I don't know. I don't have that.
That's kind of.
But I mean, have we decided? Oh yeah, so because that would be racial features.
That would be a racial feature, yeah.
So Des, do you know if something like a Dragonborn could use their breath weapon with it? Because, yeah, I'm really curious if you know anything.
Because
about that.
otherwise, if it is the other way, if it is the Echo actually doing some attacking itself, and it does have some substance, and it's not just you being there, then that might make sense to why it can't use Sentinel, because it's just very basic potential.
Yeah,
and that's why it only has so much.
Because again, it is technically its own entity, right? Like based on the lore, it's essentially an entity of you, but it's not you.
Yes.
So
it's like, again, it's almost like we were talking about. It is like stealing a shadow from the multiverse, right? And so if you were to like travel to another universe and another plane of existence, you would meet yourself. There would be two of you, right? And so this is like, I'm stealing a possibility of that person over there to go do a thing. But again, it's just a very basic possibility. So it's not like...
Okay, so breath weapon is actually just a basic attack. So breath weapon is usable through it. Because again, so if breath weapon is usable through it, then it still lends to the idea that your attack is you going to it. The Echo's rules aren't limited to weapon attack. So really it was just because Sentinel is something that is almost like a reaction. Like you do it kind of as a reaction.
But I mean, it is just an attack, right?
I don't know. Yeah,
it's just an opportunity. I would think it's just the same thing, but
I would think so too. And that's why it's difficult to understand without having seen it in situ. Because again, it's not a core mechanic. It is, from their gameplay. So unless they ran into that and he had that ability with his Echo Knight, I don't know if we would ever really know the real answer without Mercer actually like coming down with a ruling.
Fair enough.
Not quite sure I understand what this is doing.
What are we talking about?
So Hoylip is suggesting something for the rogue, but it's like, so under concentration, you can constantly move 1 second into the future, or like, so you're not able to speak or evade, but I'm not really sure what it does for you. Like I'm trying to understand like how would the movement forward, because essentially wouldn't that kind of take you out of combat if you're, or is that supposed to increase your initiative?
Is it supposed to? Ooh, if you could change initiative positions, that would be wild. That would be wild.
That would be curious. We'll have to consider something like that. Oh, so just basically moving them faster.
Oh,
so it's doubling their speed. I would think that would be more for like a monk, actually. Can you imagine like a monk using this power? Because again, space and time, a monk being able to bend space and time to double or triple their speed in a burst. Or, oh, here you go, Hoylepa. I could see that option being used on a monk, whenever they take the dash action, it triples instead of doubles their speed.
That would be cool.
That would be their echo feat, because they're bending space and time. So every step's 1.5.
I just homebrewed it was an item for one of my players, and he's playing a monk right now, and what he wanted was the ability to basically activate this feature and then be able to move so quick, like it would take a very highly perception person to tell that you move. So basically, like, so kind of like Flash, like boom, boom, I go right there and back, like without anybody noticing, like kind of in the middle of
like
what's
a
going
DBZ
on.
move.
Kind of, exactly. And so like, it was one of those things where, like, imagine you could basically, like, not necessarily pause time, but almost like freeze things, so where you can move so significantly where it's either hard or impossible. So it just looks like you disappeared, or it looks like you went
like
somewhere and then came. Exactly.
Okay. That says it's tricky mechanic to figure specifically in detailed scenarios. Sentinel is based on a creature within 5 feet of you. So when a creature triggers your Sentinel feature, you did make that opportunity attack. The attack can come from your echo on that creature. Yeah. So that's the other thing, is who gets it to trigger. I guess that's the problem with Sentinel is, can your echo trigger it, or can you use your echo only when you trigger it?
Yeah.
And I think that's the problem with the feat.
That makes more sense to me.
So like, if you and your echo are, I mean, I don't know why you would choose your echo. Like, if you're triggering, it doesn't really matter which one of you hit it.
I mean, I'll say this. If what I'm trying to do, like, say there's an enemy moving towards the wizard, somebody that's squishy, and I want to stop you from getting there, I hit you with Sentinel, and you don't get to move anymore. You're stuck here.
But what I'm saying is, like, if
that's why I would trigger it from my echo.
No, but the whole point is, like, it's if the enemy moves from 5 feet of you, you get a trigger Sentinel, but you can use your echo to make the attack. So the idea is that if it's already triggering based off of where you're sitting, there really isn't a reason to use that attack through your echo, because you can both hit the same character, right? Like, essentially, it's
you're talking about if you and the echo are next to the same character. I'm talking about if my echo's next to a character that I'm not next to.
But that's the point. It wouldn't trigger then. That, as far as we're looking at it, it looks
right.
Like
but your question sounded like you were asking, why would I want to trigger it from my echo?
Oh, no,
the reason why I would
mean,
want to trigger it from my echo is if my echo was standing next to somebody that I wasn't standing next to.
Of course, that's the reason why you would want to use it. I was saying, why would you transfer the opportunity attack to your echo if you're the one triggering the opportunity?
Yeah, that
you're both hitting the same target.
Unless
your echo's not going to get any more advantage, and it's not going to do any extra damage. I could see it being roleplay based. You know, you would want your echo to attack instead of you. I mean, unless there's an enemy type that will aggro against the last thing that hit it. That might be a reason why you could justifiably use an echo in that situation. Be very situational.
Right.
Are there any enemies that do that? Like, are there any base enemies or base conditions that you can give an enemy that it will, like, aggro to the last person that attacked it? Or that should be like a condition.
There's definitely features that players have that say you get disadvantage if I hit you and you don't hit me back.
Right.
That's the closest thing to aggro I think 5e has.
That would be a cool condition to either be able to just give to a creature or be able to, like, have the ability to instill on a creature, right? To literally put them in an aggro state to where it's something like they can only attack the last person that attacked them, or they will attack the last person that attacked them, kind of thing. That could be a really interesting condition to throw into a combat. If you could either control it, or again, if it's just on the enemy, if that's just an enemy type now.
I mean, the closest you get to that is like commanding somebody, or that we were talked recently about confusion. Confusion, like one of the options is you either attack what's nearest to you, or you attack what like hit you most recently, or something to that effect. So
oh man, you could even do like a rage potion. Like, you could turn this into a rage potion, or a rage or a poison. So where if I hit you with a dart with this, you'll get this new condition, and then that condition will cause you to just be very reactionary. That could be kind of fun. Not for today though. That's not what we've done for today. Where did we okay, so that was just the Echo avatar, right? Yep. Oh, and then it was also brought up in chat, another reason why the Echo avatar may not feel as good, but when you brought up Find Familiar for the wizard, that is only max 100 feet. That was brought up in chat. So
true,
but I still don't think that justifies 7th level just to times 10 that distance, right?
Right.
So I kind of agree. I think that Echo Knight would have been cool if you can give it either base commands or, like you said, when you end when you end looking through it, being able to transport there.
Yeah.
I think either of those would be phenomenal add-ons to this. And then the Shadow Martyr at 10, you can make your Echo throw itself in front of an attack directed at another creature that you can see before the roll is made. Okay, so and I like that. I like that it's before the attack roll is made. So it's like when the DM says you're going to get attacked, you go no. Like you don't get to figure out if it hits or not.
Right.
I really appreciate that because I don't like the it's
after the fact. Oh, it missed, so I don't need to jump in front of him.
It's one of those things where it just takes away from the severity of the moment, right? It takes away from that.
Do they already have to be within 5 feet?
You can use your reaction to teleport the Echo to an unoccupied space within 5 feet of the targeted creature.
Oh.
The attack roll that triggered the reaction is instead made against your Echo.
Oh, that's crazy. So you
and
can
it's
use
another creature
reaction
that you can see. So it's just an attack directed at another creature you can see.
So see, that's wild. I feel like even though it's not written in there, this should limit it to a 30-foot range
because
that's your range of your Echo.
Well, and normally you can only do your Echo at 15. So I would be okay increasing it to its max as a safety reaction. Because normally you can only manifest it within 15 first.
I would be okay with it being outside of its range.
Like 60?
Whether it hit or missed, your Echo disappeared.
Yes, it's a one-time
that
deal.
I would be okay with.
I don't think it should stay. I think it should, yeah. So
well, in this case, if they do it before the attack, the person attacks and then they miss, your Echo's not going anywhere. There's no reason your Echo should disappear.
Unless it's outside of the range.
Unless it's outside of the range, right?
But if it does get hit, obviously it's going to go away anyway because it only has the one hit.
Correct.
So yeah, I do think that it should at least state some sort of range because it just says within visual, and I'm like, I can see pretty far.
Yeah.
Like how far are we talking about? Declare action. Nope. Exactly. Then at 15th level, reclaim potential. You've learned to absorb the fleeting magic of your Echo. When an Echo of yours is destroyed by taking damage, you can gain a number of temporary hit points equal to 2d6 plus your Constitution modifier, provided you don't already have temporary hit points. I do like that aspect. It doesn't add to other.
And that's fairly standard. Usually, what would happen is your temporary hit points would replace those ones. But in this situation, you just don't get it if you already have some.
I like that. So, and 2d6 at level 15, I mean, 2d6 is not a lot. So I guess that's kind of the balance. It's not a lot, but it's still okay.
Especially because you can do this an infinite number of times.
Yeah.
So it's like
every time
you're gonna, like, whenever your Echo goes down, I mean, you can't necessarily choose it to go down unless you kill it yourself. Because it says whenever your Echo goes down when it comes to losing hit points, right? So you have to, like, it can't disappear for being too far away or can't disappear for any other reason.
You have to put it in harm.
It has to have been attacked. So I do like that you can use this in combination with your Shadow Martyr.
Yes.
So it's just like, boom, Shadow Martyr. If he gets hit, then I get some temp HP.
Exactly.
And you can almost intentionally trigger it.
Yeah.
If that's what you're trying to do.
I do like that, yeah. And then at level 18, you can use a bonus action to create 2 Echoes. And these Echoes can coexist. If you create a third, the previous 2 are destroyed. So it doesn't replace one, it replaces both.
Yeah. So if you overdo it.
Anything you do from one Echo's position can be done from the others instead. In addition, when you roll initiative, you have no use. In addition, when you roll initiative and have no uses of Unleash Incarnation feature left, you regain 1 of that feature. And Unleash Incarnation.
That just lets you attack an additional time.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. So it just basically, at that level, if you don't have it, it's going to give you a free one.
Yeah.
When you're, okay, interesting. Curse you with intelligence. With what? Puppies?
Wild.
Okay, so I'm pretty confident we have a pretty good idea of what the Echo is all about. So, with that being said, I hope I have enough light here. Let us switch over. Let us bring this back. Oh, that's absolutely terrible.
Nope. You just gotta rotate it. There it is.
So now we can have that, and then we can still kind of have our notes over here that we're talking about.
Oh, that's cool. Very nice.
Yeah, because it's just an overlay. So what do we know about this? So now we can finally reveal it is going to be an Echo Stalker. That is the subclass that we are going to be building today, is an Echo Stalker of the Rogue Persuasion. So we do know up there with the Subletting subclasses Echo Stalker, we can get a 3, 9, 13, and 17th level ability. And we know that Dunamancy, the potential and actual, is essentially what we're going to be going around this. Why Stalker? So I chose Stalker because originally I was going to do Echo Assassin, but looking at the names, because Knight was actually used 3 times in multiple subclasses for Fighter, but there wasn't really a repeatable one for Rogue. So I kind of wanted to go along with the same concept of having a unique name, because all the rogues had unique names. And I wanted to be able to kind of inspire us to do something different. You know, if we do an Echo Assassin, I already caught myself looking up specifically the Assassin subclass and trying to figure out how to blend the two, and that's not what we want to do. We want to basically make something that feels completely new, completely by itself. And so for Rogue, that was just the name I was able to kind of come up with that kind of felt roguish, and to kind of give us a start. But we can always change it if the powers that we do end up coming up with don't end up working. But for a Rogue, when it comes to like what you can do with Dunamancy, I didn't want to kind of focus it as much on the magic as more as it was like the abilities, kind of like how the Echo Knight is more about. It didn't feel magic-y. It just feels more about like the raw manipulation. Whereas, when we looked at when you look at Chronergilist or Graviturgist, right? Those feel those definitely are very wizard-like names.
Yeah.
And I was really trying to figure out like, how do you make a rogue, sound right? But I didn't want to make it sound like we're shoehorning in the Dunamancy aspect. So yeah, I just felt Stalker was something that we haven't seen before.
No, I feel that.
I mean, I guess you have Gloomstalker, but that's an archer.
That's a ranger build.
So,
yeah.
I mean, and maybe that would have been a better one for a ranger, but we'll find out. We'll see how it works. So this isn't going to be a third caster like the Arcane Trickster. So no, I'm trying not to make this a magic-based class, because I feel like it's, again, I want to go off of what we just kind of saw with the fighter Echo Knight, right? It doesn't feel very magic-y. It feels more like a raw primal force. And that's kind of what I want.
I mean, at the very least, the fighter is using it that way.
Yes.
And that's kind of what we're doing. It's like, how would a rogue harness Dunamancy to be more roguish?
Right. And again, so also to give you guys the idea of like where this came from, why we chose Echo Knight. Well, I mean, Echo Knight was the one we were specifically talking about when I came up with this topic months and months and months ago on stream. I think it was actually last year. But essentially, my mindset approaching this is to look at not just the abilities and try to match abilities with the class, but I also want to look at like where it came from. This is why we talked about the lore, right? Because one of my biggest issues with subclasses is that there's a lot of the times where you look at it and you're like, this is all nice and cool and it works for this class. But if you were to just zoom out and look at the implication of certain subclasses on a grander scale, and especially I do that all the time because I run an open world and I like to see like, what does this mean? When I started to look at like what the Echo Knight meant, it comes down to that question of, if this is a class, that means that this is going to be available either to some degree. It is going to be available to multiple people to some degree. There is going to be some sort of calling, some sort of initiation. There's going to be something that brings people into this, right? Like warlocks get drawn in by wanting power, so they make a pact, right? Fighters tend to be athletic people who have a need or a desire to get into the martial arts and fight, right? Whether it's pride, whether it's, protection, or whether it's just the thrill of the fight, right? There's the characteristics of those classes. And sometimes you look at it and go, it makes sense that that characteristic set will always tend towards fighter, right? It kind of just makes sense that there are certain characteristics that lead into a fighter. There are certain characteristics that, lead into wizard. But sometimes when you look at it, it's like there are nice subclasses that are so unique, so interesting, that when you take that step back and go, well, how did someone become this? How did someone get into this lifestyle? It's hard to then justify So you're telling me that every single person in all of existence and all of history who's ever come across this all became a fighter? Like take Echo Knight, for example. You're telling me that, I mean, granted, that's not true because we have 2 wizards and a barbarian. But when I look at that, that's where I was like, but then where are the rogues that learned how to use potential, magic, right? Like you're telling me that everybody that learned this ability only became a wizard or only became a fighter. Like no one was roguish enough to use this power to their benefit, right? And that's kind of where this whole idea came from, is it's not so much trying to say, I want these abilities in the rogue. It's more of but what if somebody took this path but wasn't a fighter? Like took the same lifestyle, had the same influences, had the same teacher, was the again, wherever you believe this came from, right? Whether it was from a region, a culture, but imagine somebody who just wasn't a fighter but went through that same life. That's kind of what I want to approach this as. So that's why we're going to build it from the ground up and try to really understand if somebody was of the rogue persuasion and lived the same life as an Echo Knight, how would their powers have manifested? Let's see. So suggestion, in order to semblance his target, he echo to enchant it with the target. Something heals 1 HP per level. Not sure I understand. So you would have you would have your echo. So you exchange the echo with a target, and then you heal 1 HP per level. Am I reading that correctly?
You can.
Because it looks like you can have the echo exchange with a target, and then I'm not sure who's exactly getting healed by that.
I mean,
if the Echo Stalker uses a rogue weapon, he can stab a second time. Yeah, see, that's what I don't want to do, though. What I don't want to do is make it into a fighter. Like, that might end up working, but I don't want to necessarily say that the fighter got an extra attack, so the rogue should get an extra attack, right?
Right.
Like, that may be what we come up with, but I don't want to do that kind of one-to-one translation. I want to look at it as, how do these powers manifest for a completely different use? But we have some ideas for that, so we'll kind of get into it, and we may be able to add in another extra attack, because I have been trying to think of that as we've been talking about.
I like the idea of being able to incorporate it with like sneak attack at some point. Maybe I have something for
maybe
getting a what do you call it, like better doing called shots better, or being able to like hit something specific because they think your knife is up here but really it's down here. Imagine you're like in the same space as your echo, but what it looks like you're doing is something. So anyways,
yeah, I have some ideas for. I definitely have some.
Well, let's get into what we got going on here. Let's
Okay, so
let's take a look.
So for the Echo Knight, what I wanted to do first is let's really look at what this Echo Knight actually gave us, right? And let's because we only get 4 powers. So what we're also going to do, guys, is we are going to try to build this as close to a D&D template. So we're only going to do 3, 9, 13, and 17 as best we can. However, what we're also going to do is if at any point we feel that there's a better way to do it, like we've always talked about, where sometimes like it sucks to go from 3 to 9 and have nothing. So if we find a better alternative or some way to approach subclass differently, we'll probably put that on a different build sheet. So we'll have the standard 5e template, but we may end up building a slightly larger one that we think is more appropriate for this. Because I really do think that waiting 6 levels for anything is ridiculous. You know what I mean? Like, and again, 3 to 13, that's 10 levels with 1 ability. That's so harsh. I might add in some things at like 5th or 7th level to help like lessen that effect. But we'll see. Okay, so what do we get here? We get Manifest Echo. So obviously, like, getting here. So we get Manifest Echo, which is kind of like a guarantee, right? It's kind of something that we can't really get around. But with the fighter, they get a bunch of like things that you can do, bonus action, move it, teleport to it, do all that. Now the fighter does get that Unleash Incarnation, which basically gives it the what's it, the extra attack.
Yes, it's an additional attack.
Yeah, whenever you make an attack, you can also do an additional attack from that. So that is definitely very much inside the fighter, right? That's so much of fighter concept of adding. So that's not as important to the whole build. That definitely feels more fighter synergistic. We talked about that, right? Like that's definitely more of that fighter concept. So Echo Avatar would be the next one up, and that one's giving you control. So manifest, and then we have Avatar, which equals control, and then Shadow Mark. So this is being able to use it to block. And then reclaim, which would be heal. And Legion is just +1. Right? So these are the things that the fighter is primarily looking at. So this is what the fighter is primarily going to look at. I know you guys probably can't really read that very well, but they can manifest the Echo. They can take control of it. They can use it to block. They can use it to heal, and eventually their capstone is they get a +1. Right? So what we have to do is kind of figure out how are we going to manipulate this for a rogue. So obviously, I think first and foremost, level 1 or level 3 is going to have to be part of the manifest, right?
So when we're talking about this type of manifest, do we want to just say that they get to just manifest it the same way the fighter does? I'll say my initial thought process is something that you'd mentioned earlier, but specifically because I feel like this is likely when they are going to find it of most value, but they can manifest it when they try to hide.
Yes. So that was what I had mentioned. I think I mentioned that off screen.
Yeah.
I don't think I mentioned that. Yeah. But that was my initial thing. So when I talk about manifest, it's not looking like this. We just know that is the start of it, right? The idea is that we need to be able to mimic the manifestation, but a fighter makes sense to have another version of himself on the battlefield as a tool, right? But for a rogue, the whole rogue's, a big rogue's kind of concept is being able to stay out of sight, being able to have a distance, right, of battle. So when I was thinking is having the manifest be based on a rogue feature, such as, hide. Because when you take the hide action, I really like the idea that you manifest an echo, which would give you either an advantage on taking the hide action, or once you're hidden, gives disadvantage on passive perception. So as long as the echo is out.
I definitely like the idea of advantage. And so here's the other thing, because generally speaking, when you are trying to hide, number one, I think you should be able to do this when you're in melee with somebody, right? And
like actually be able to do it when you're
within.
Yes, because basically they're seeing the image and they don't see you duck away.
But my question should be, do you think a level 3 rogue should be able to successfully accomplish that against a level 20 anything? Meaning, if you're in melee with a level 20 barbarian and I'm a level 3 rogue and I use this feature, do I think that no matter what happens, I'm just going to be able to get away from this guy? Or do you think there should be a possibility that they can either see through it or hit you or something?
When I imagine... Okay, so...
Because this is...
I got it. I did. Yes. I got it.
Help me out.
There's disengage. Disengage. That's what rogues did, right? Hide and disengage.
They got hide, disengage, and something else with their cunning action.
Okay, so maybe that's it. Maybe I need to do that instead. I need to rewrite this. Hold on. You're right. Cunning action allows you to dash, disengage, or hide.
Yes.
So here's how we do it, because you were absolutely correct, but you were also something wrong. I do think you can do that because I can use my cunning action against a level 2. So this manifests only on cunning action. So when you use your cunning action, you can also choose to manifest your echo. So if you hide,
Okay.
disengage, or dash, because how cool would that be? If I dash, I leave an image behind, and maybe that gives me a disadvantage or an advantage or a disadvantage on attacking me while I'm dashing, right? Or as long as I do this, right? So I have to disengage and I leave one behind. So I still get my opportunity attack free. If I dash, I leave one behind. There's 2 versions of me. Maybe I can teleport back to it. And if I'm using hide, I get advantage on hiding, right? So this would cover all of those bases. And if you're against a level 20, I can still do this.
What about this? What about when you manifest your echo, you basically get a free disengage? So like, and the reason why I say that is because what is your echo doing if not stopping or preventing or helping you from escaping this person without getting an attack of opportunity?
But again,
that's its whole job, right?
But that's what disengage is. You take disengage and then you get away with them.
That's why you get a free one.
But that's it. You don't need a free one. If you're taking the disengage action and manifesting your echo because you use cunning action.
But that's my point. So if you're hiding, you get a free disengage.
But you wouldn't. Well, no, because I don't want to. I don't want to do that because then then that's saying that I can hide and disengage at the same time.
Exactly.
I don't want to do that.
Okay.
I wouldn't want to stack those because especially at level 3, then that's more powerful.
See, that's what I was thinking. The purpose of doing this is being able to get out of this position without being either noticed or attacked or whatever.
I want those to be 2 separate things. I either want you to be able to get out of a bad situation without being attacked, or have it help you hide. Because yes, the idea I think is ultimately trying to hide, but I don't think it should give you an.
Let me ask you this: if it's helping you hide, are we using the mentality that they still think you're in front of them? And if they still think you're in front of them, there's an echo right here, and I hit you, do I still think you're in front of me?
Why would you hit me? What do you mean by hit me?
Because you're saying you don't get a free disengage, but I do get the opportunity to hide. So unless I'm hiding within 5 feet of you, is that what you're trying to say? Like you're gonna hide within 5 feet of me?
Why am I hiding? No, because you wouldn't hide within 5 feet, and usually you can't. That's why I'm saying it should be based on the cunning action, because normally the idea would be I'm way over here, there's a shadow here, there's an enemy over there. I can step into the shadow, take my hide action, and then move across the battlefield.
That's what I brought up at the very beginning. My thought process is I'm thinking that this would be a valuable tool if I was in melee with somebody.
And I don't think so. I think that'd be too powerful. I think that's
that's where I need to get clarification. So what you're saying is the way this feature should work is if I'm trying to hide, I am not in melee with somebody. I am not within 5 feet of somebody. I am somewhere on the battlefield, standing by my lonesome, and then...
Which is usually how you're going to use hide.
Sometimes.
It's very rare that you're going to be in a situation where you can't even hide within 5 feet of somebody.
Very much, because a lot of the times you have to have something to hide behind. You're usually using your hide in tandem with your movement.
Exactly,
right?
Which is why I like the idea that this would give you an increased range of movement, because then you can hide, and then while you're because that's why I like the idea of your echo so this is why I want it on cunning action, because then all of those apply. Any one of the cunning actions apply. I think it's just simpler language. The intent is to help you hide, because then what it would do is as long as your echo is visible, you either have advantage on stealth rolls or the enemies have disadvantage on passive perception. I.e., you can move about the battlefield freely because everyone thinks you're over there. So it's an increased hide option.
Okay.
But what I want to do is if I am in melee range and I disengage, I can easily be chased, right? But if I'd use my cunning action to disengage and leave an echo behind and I run, they have an echo to deal with before coming after me. So then
When you say deal with, are you imagining that this
because as far as they know, you ran, but now they're still an enemy, so they have to attack it before
So
coming after
my question is, when you are thinking of these echoes, are you thinking of them being remotely corporeal, similar to the fighters? Like they actually have to be attacked in order to go away?
Yeah, absolutely. Because they're still the same power that you're drifting. You're just using it differently. Like again, an echo or a rogue wouldn't use it the way a knight would, but it's still pulling that manifest, right? The manifest is still the same power.
I do believe that
Just totally used
I
differently.
think that, you know, similar to how, you know, the wizards can use it in very different ways. I was thinking it almost like, imagine you're taking like the dash action, or you're like going to hide. Like imagine your echo continues to run like for at least 6 seconds or whatever. So like it lasts until like the start of your next turn, but it makes it look like you ran all the way the heck over there.
And
Something, and then it would just like disappear and go away.
I was considering adding that later, like how he has like the avatar control and all that.
Sure.
I was considering being able to say you can take the cunning action, but it's your echo that does the movement.
So if you're okay with it, I want to run through a scenario for each one of these cunning actions so that I can understand what you mean by how they should work for each individual one. So let's start with the dash action.
Yeah.
If I'm taking the dash action and I manifest an echo, all right, I'm using this as my cunning action. What is the mechanical benefit that I receive in that particular situation?
I would give a disadvantage on opportunity attacks because they don't know which one to hit. So if they take a disadvantage and miss, they attack the echo. If they hit you. So it's disadvantage on opportunity attacks. And you could even say that ranged attacks also have disadvantage and misses attack your echo instead. So basically like for until the start of your next turn, people don't know who to attack. So it's giving you move distance, but now you have not a guaranteed get out of jail free card. But what it's done, kind of like the fighter, is it's giving you battlefield control. I'm now across the battlefield, but instead of using it for attacking, I'm using it so you don't know who to attack, right? It's more of a defensive maneuver as I'm thinking of, because I feel like that won't make the rogue too powerful just yet. Like, again, we're just talking about level 3 base usage, how to get this on the battlefield. I feel like this is what leans more to the roguish type ability is I want to get away, I don't want to be hit, and I want people not to know what I'm doing. So that's how I would do that dash action is it disadvantages opportunity attacks, ranged attacks, and until the start of your next turn, or how about just that? Like it could just be that it's until the start of your next turn, attacks against you, including opportunity attacks and range attacks, are at disadvantage, and misses attack your echo instead. So basically you're basically saying it's not 50-50 who they attack, but they're going to attack, and if they miss, they hit your echo, and if they hit,
if they miss, they're gonna hit your echo
because the idea of they don't know who to attack.
So does that mean that at that point it stops being effective?
It would go away.
So
like
that
the
means
echo would disappear.
If the first person that goes to hit you misses and hits your echo, then all that advantage you just got now goes away.
Well, I mean, you're still going to have been taking the dash action because you're gone. They attack the echo.
But the features of having disadvantage on opportunity attacks and disadvantage on ranged weapon attacks is going to go away the instant somebody misses.
Because all of those should be tied with they can see the echo. As long as the echo is visible, that's why. But again, these are to help balance the situations, because if you're going to you might not always take a dash action when you're next to somebody, right? So the opportunity attack wouldn't necessarily provoke because you'd probably take the disengage instead. So
right.
I'm trying to think,
should we have it automatically hit the echo? Because if they miss by a wide margin, the echo could still be up, and otherwise you're only getting that advantage for one attack. And I just
wanted to reduce the amount of rolls because I don't want it to be a 50-50. I don't want it to be a one roll to decide who they attack and then they roll to hit.
No, I'm thinking it should just be disadvantage, period. And if it's more, if they only miss by like 5 or less, then they hit your echo. That way you're not saying...
I like that. So same thing. So yeah, so when you take the dash action, all attacks against you until the start of your next turn have disadvantage, including opportunity attacks, because it's only the one. You're only going to provoke the one. But if the
Alternatively, you could just
I'm trying to think about like simple language, right?
Alternatively, you could just say, and this would cancel out the disadvantage, it increases your AC by 5. And if they hit your increased AC, they hit your echo, right? And then your echo disappears and your AC goes back to normal. So basically, so if say if my AC is a 15, I increase my AC to 20 and I'm running away. Anybody who would have hit me but didn't because of my increased AC, so say they hit a 17, they would have hit me. It just whizzes by my head, my echo gets hit and it disappears, and now
there's another feature that does something similar. We've talked about this before, where there's another feature that does something like that, where
it's kind of like the spell what is it called? Something image.
Because there is one where it's exactly that. We talked about this before. It increases your AC, and that increase is that buffer. And if it hits that buffer, I remember this. Yes, it was either a spell or an ability where if they hit over it, if they hit under, nothing happens, and if they hit over it, it diminishes. Like it's like a one-time shield.
Yeah, like they would have missed anyways. Basically.
Yeah, so if they miss anyways, they miss anyways. But if they hit your +2, if they hit over your AC, you actually lose the shield because they used the shield up. Yeah, okay. So
that could just be how it manifests, how mechanically for this particular feature.
So let's figure out.
So I have the option of disadvantage or
hold on, I got an idea. So okay, chat, you let us know what you think. We will give a 5-minute poll starting right now. Let us know, in terms of using cunning action to instigate your echo, and in this
specifically
particular
with
case,
dash.
with dash, you're going to use dash. Should the echo provide disadvantage on all attacks until the start of your next turn, including the opportunity attack? Or should it just give you a +5 to AC, and if it hits the +5, it targets your echo instead? Because realistically, it doesn't even have to automatically target the echo if you get the disadvantage, because the disadvantage is they just don't know who to attack. So it's almost like I'm going to attack you, and then you let the arrow go, or you swing and you hit in between. So it doesn't have to automatically hit, but you still get the echo on the battlefield, and it's going to go away the next round anyway. So maybe it's just that. It's either it gives you disadvantage until the start of your next turn, or it's a +5 to your AC, and anything over, if it hits within the +5, it hits your echo instead. That's it.
I would also ask, out of combat, could I use something
Mirror
like
image? Thank you.
So mirror image is close to that, because you do you roll first to see whether you are attacking one of the duplicates or not, and if you are attacking one of the duplicates, if you hit it, it goes away. Like that. It's doing the two rolls that you were trying to avoid, but it doesn't actually like increase your AC.
Yeah.
So
chat says for a 2-to-1 disadvantage.
They think disadvantage is better?
I think that sounds better. It's easier to understand that, because we could go, so on a cunning action it manifests, and then we could just, and because again, like how this one, right? How Echo Knight says when you manifest, you get these bullets.
Mm-hmm.
That's what these bullets are going to be.
Yeah.
Manifest when you use cunning action. So we're going to say dash, disadvantage on attacks against you until the start of your next turn, including opportunity attacks.
Yes. And then just period.
That's it. That's done. We're done.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
the Echo is still on the battlefield doing the things that we're going to say the Echo does by itself. So the Echo is going to have features, and then each of these ways you use it is going to have
little
features.
a little bit of I guess, what do you want to call it? Housekeeping. How do you think it would work if I was out of combat and say I stole something from somebody, and I want to take the dash action as a bonus action, and I want to manifest my echo running the opposite direction of me?
So that's where we're going to get into hyper. Right now.
So right now at 3rd level, that what I just described is not possible.
I don't think so. I think right now when you summon it, it's in that place. It is just an image of you right then and there.
Is it going to be standing there, or is it going to be running with me?
No, it's going to be in that, it's going to take your place. It's going to be in your place. But once it's out, you're still going to be able to move it around. Like, you're still going to have access to it. You're not going to like attack through it, but it can
so
still
it doesn't go away at the end of my next turn?
Unless it gets destroyed. The whole point of this is just how you manifest the echo. Once it's on the battlefield, it doesn't go away until you either say so or it gets attacked.
See,
so it's still going to be on the battlefield, but you're not going to, again, you're not going to use it, because that's like the whole thing with hide. If I'm hiding and I hide, my manifest is there, right? I'm sneaking through the shadows during the battle, 2-3 rounds it takes me to get to the BBEG. The BBEG still thinks I'm over there. Maybe I move my avatar around a little bit. So he's constantly looking at me on the battlefield, but I'm sneaking behind him for sneak attack. Interesting. That's the way I'm thinking. So with dash, I run, but what's in, like, so I steal from you and I'm gonna take the dash action. You go, hey, oh, I gotta hit you. Then I have to come after you. So there's someone in my way. Now, later down the road, I'm totally down.
Now, when you say they have to hit you, what if they just ignore your echo?
Well, then they have to step around it. Like, it's still it's still taking up that square, right? It still manifests and takes up the square. And you could, I mean, if you really wanted to rule it as a DM, that they would just ignore it. But the idea behind being a rogue is like,
that was my initial question as a 3rd level person doing this up against a 20th level person. Like, how likely is this to be effective against somebody who's so much more powerful than them?
I mean, how effective is any level 3 against a level 20? Like, I think that's just
what I mean is like, is like mechanically, I'm talking about very specifically, like, how would a level 20 be able to overcome this? How would a level 20 treat somebody who is a 3rd level doing this to them? Am I just going to walk past your echo and be like, I'm coming for you regardless of your echo? Like, screw, like, is there any articulatable difference between how a level 20 would respond to you doing this versus how a level 5 would respond to you doing this?
I don't understand how to answer that, because I mean, we're talking about how the power works, but how they respond to it.
What I mean, I'm trying to paint a picture. I'm trying to paint a picture, and that picture is basically
like, do you think a level 20 should be smart enough to see through it? I don't think so, because no other power does that. No other subclass says if you're up against a level 20, this works differently. It's all not work.
But I would say they give opportunities for it to be less effective, right? Like, if I'm a level 20 and I'm up against a level 3 Echo Knight and they're doing those things, I can recognize that you're the one controlling it. Your little gray illusion over here, you're the real deal. I can say, I don't care about your echo. It can do whatever it wants to me.
But there's nothing that says a level 3 enemy would say the same thing. There's no reason to say a level 3
with
enemy
the exception of the fact that if a level 3 were to do that, your one attack against them that you're going to get from moving out of the way of that square is going to be way more devastating than it is if you're level 20. I can be level 20 and ignore that.
That's under no one's control, though. Like, your question is will a level 20 have advantage on it? That's how you play the level 20.
No, I mean, I still believe that they would have disadvantage on the initial, but it's like the more long-term version of what you're talking about is if I'm running away and I go hide, or if I go off and I do something else, now the level 20 is baffled. He's like, oh my gosh, where did he go, George? Like, I can't find him anymore.
But the whole point is, like, you hid, and what he saw was, like, you're still there. He sees your image. He didn't see you hide. He may know you're hiding, but that doesn't stop him. It doesn't magically make him see you. He can know for a fact that's an echo, and I know that's not you, but that doesn't absolve you from.
So that's my question is,
just because
how come he didn't see me? Because the mechanics,
anybody didn't see you.
The mechanics of this doesn't say it gives you disadvantage on perception checks, doesn't give you disadvantage. It just gives you disadvantage on the attacks.
Right. So with the dash, we're only on the dash action though.
Right. That's still what I'm talking about.
So yes, if I take a dash action and the enemy has an opportunity attack, it's in the moment. He's not going to know why I left one behind. It's a reaction to what he thinks is me moving. but my echo is there to take the blunt of it. That's why there's a disadvantage of it. It doesn't matter if he's smart enough to know I did it. It's the reaction of I split.
I'm probably not articulating what I'm trying to say well enough, because you seem to not be answering the question I'm asking. So it's fine.
Yeah, because
let's keep going.
Level 20
let's keep going.
Going to be different.
So what about, how do you see this manifesting in the the next action?
So this says disadvantage on attacks until start of your next turn.
Sure.
And then it just stays on the battlefield. So we'll figure out what the next one do with
Sure.
because we don't know exactly what we want. So dash action. So anything on the cunning action, do it. Dash. So what are we doing next? Hide.
Sure. Let's do hide next.
So how does it work? Hide. So my initial thought for the hide action was, again, like kind of the cornerstone of what the rogue would be using this for, trying to basically keep them out as much as you can out of people's eye. So run me through, because I don't know exactly off the top of my head how stealth checks and hiding specifically work in 5th edition. Like I'm not cleanly
so the way it's supposed to work is you just gotta have something to hide behind, period.
Like shadows or structure.
There's got to be a reasonable expectation of you being able to hide.
Gotcha.
Specifically when it comes to half elves, they say that you can hide when you are only lightly obscured, where generally speaking you need to be heavily obscured.
Gotcha.
Right? So when like if I'm hiding behind a tree and the tree is only as big as like a microphone stand, it's not going to really hide me. That's lightly obscured.
So the rules are trying to make it like honor system, be justifiable. When you say you're hiding,
make it make sense.
I can't go into a light shadow. I have to actually be in darkness, right? I can't just go behind like a curtain. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
Okay.
So like if you can get yourself full cover, if you can get yourself heavily obscured, if you can get yourself realistically behind something, I would say that you can hide. Like I would even say, depending on the scenario, you can hide in a crowd of people. Right?
Oh,
you're not necessarily
just blending in, right?
Yes, like you're so
when this happens, when you decide to make that, is there because I know that there's like the passive perception is when you're actively in stealth mode and the enemies don't know you're there, so they have the passive perception in order to see you after the fact.
Correct.
But when you do the hide action, you do have to do a roll, right?
You have to roll a stealth check, and it's not a stealth check to basically say, am I successful or not? It's basically a stealth check to set the DC for perception.
Gotcha.
Right? So if I roll a 25 in stealth and somebody only has a 16 in passive perception, they're not going to find me. But if somebody says, I know you went hiding, so I'm going to roll an active perception check to see if I can find you, they would have to roll higher than a 25 in order to notice me, because that stealth check that I rolled becomes the DC for anyone to try and find me. That's why rolling so high in stealth is so good.
Gotcha. So yeah, so it's your so Des gave us the PHB. So when you hide, there's a chance someone will notice you, even if they aren't searching. Determine whether such a creature notices you. Compare your dexterity check, so what you rolled, right?
Your stealth check, which is dexterity-based check.
With that of the creature's passive wisdom perception score, which
and
is 10 plus their wisdom modifier.
Well, it's 10 plus their perception modifier, because if you're trained in perception, you get your proficiency bonus with it.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, the rules just said wisdom modifier, but
yeah,
and then as well as any other bonuses or penalties. Then if the creature has advantage, add 5. For disadvantage, -5. Okay, so they get their... So check it with the wisdom's passive perception score. So it's 10 plus their modifiers, and that has to beat whatever you rolled for stealth.
If they're not actively looking for you.
And if they are actively looking for you, that's the advantage.
But I will say, theoretically, when you want to take the hide action in combat, that's your action, unless you're a rogue. Right. Which is why you get this as cunning action.
Yes. Okay.
Same thing goes for perception checks. So if someone's trying to actively look for you, theoretically, they're supposed to take an action action to do so.
Gotcha.
That means that they're going to forego anything else they could be doing with their action, casting of spells, attacking, anything like that, just to see if they can locate you. And then they can do whatever else it is they want to do.
Gotcha. And that's good to know, because that's where I wanted to get into like the grit of this one. Because when I think of how the rogue would want to manifest this in the first place, right, is basically, I don't want people to know where I'm at on the battlefield. I don't want them to know what I'm doing. I want to be able to be hidden, but the best way to be hidden, the mindset of like hiding in plain sight, right? So I like the idea of being able to use the echo as a, you think I'm here and you didn't see me hide, because again, it's kind of like, I think of like magic tricks where it's like, make them disappear. So they close the curtain real quick and they dive behind another curtain, like go back, backwards, like, so the audience doesn't see where they go. So that's what I'm thinking of, is when you take the hide action, it's kind of like that mirror image where, because your manifest is taking your place, it's not like they see you duck into a corner or dive behind the pillar, because your echo is basically obscuring your movement in that sense, because it's being manifested. So that's where I think that if you take the hide action, so you take the stealth check, I think you should get advantage on that.
Okay.
Advantage or a bonus, at least, like maybe a modifier bonus, but I do like the idea that you can get it, like if you take the hide action, you manifest your echo, you get advantage on your stealth check, so you get the highest best one, and it should render, because like you were talking about, like a level 20 would be looking for you, right? But that's kind of where the question of mechanical rules versus like role play rules. Like, yes, I can understand where you're saying like a level 20 could see your echo, know that you're hiding, so then they would not have disadvantage on looking for you, right? Even though I'm trying to say that the echo should give you advantage or disadvantage on perception checks.
Well, giving you advantage on your stealth check, I feel like, is way better than giving them disadvantage on their perception check.
Because I thought it should be both. I thought that was like what really was going to make this like really help that. Because again, this is all we're going to get until level 9. I was really trying to make this stand out, is if I'm really going to traverse all the way until level 9 till I can do something more, I really want this to define me. I want this to be every chance I get, I want to be throwing my echo out there, but because I'm not really a fighter, I want to be able to have multiple instances of when the echo is useful. So I mean, I don't know. Should we pull chat and see what they think about is both? Because I think you're saying both is OP. You like the advantage, you don't like the disadvantage.
I'm trying to think. So with the disadvantage, they would get a -5 to their passive perception to find you, and they would also, if they're taking an active look, get disadvantage, in addition to the potentially increased DC by the advantage that you received. So if I'm a rogue, like, you're probably gonna be trained in stealth, you're probably gonna have at least a +7, if not higher, in your roll at 3rd level. I get advantage on that. I'm probably getting over a 20.
Yeah,
I'm probably getting over a 20, right? Somebody who's trying to find me. Now, again, if you're a level 20, you're probably going to have, and you're trying to look for somebody, you might have more than a +10 to your roll. So, getting over a 20 might not be super hard for somebody in that level.
Yeah. Because again, I understand that like at 3rd level, I know it does feel powerful, but I feel like we kind of need to give it that level of, I think that really does help, because again, it's like once the echo's gone for any reason, they lose that disadvantage, right? Because I'm looking at it more as it's still a distraction. I know it's an echo of you. I know it's not you, but I don't know what it can do. I'm still watching it. And again, once we decide if it can move and do stuff, it still isn't necessarily a non-threat. Right? I can see what you're saying is like, if I know 100% is level 20, that is a non-threat and I don't care, it's just a illusion of you. I totally get what you mean by I shouldn't have any disadvantages. But I think my approach is that they don't really know it's not you. Like they don't know what it is. They know you have this ability to manifest it, but...
Let me ask you this. Imagine someone did know. Because imagine you run into somebody else that knows what this subclass is and knows exactly how this works. Imagine if they did know, how would they react?
I mean, I would say like, would you apply those same rules to, a feat, like a class feat that gives you advantage on a certain attack, but could you say, well, my character knows about that, so you don't get my advantage? Like,
I don't think that the feat is getting it because the lack of knowledge. And that's why I struggle with giving somebody an advantage due to a lack of knowledge, because I don't think that can really be applied to it can be applied universally, because the potential for that knowledge to exist and be out there, someone to find it, exists, unless you're saying that it's not possible, right? And so if I'm purely getting an advantage because of a lack of knowledge, I feel like that shouldn't be an advantage. That's where I struggle.
All right, chat, let us know what you think. In terms of what do you feel is more balanced? Just getting, when you're using the hide action, just getting advantage on the stealth check, just so you have the highest chance. Advance on the stealth check and giving disadvantage on perception, or just giving disadvantage on the perception. Just that's the evenest question I can do, is both sides of the coin, is one, the other, or both. Let me know what you guys think. 5 minutes in chat right now.
I think there might, from my perspective, I think giving advantage and potentially something else, but I don't know what that something else is. Something small, but something like effective right here. Like,
because again, it's like I don't know. It's like I always struggle with this, right? Because it's in that it's starting to walk that line of metagaminess, right? Because it's like, technically, those are always like weird questions, because technically that argument could be made for multiple things, right? There's a lot of different ways you could make the argument of, if I know better, then why is it working against me, right? Like some, just other feats and other classes. And I wonder, does that become a problem when you start to question, like, well, because I know better, why did that work against me?
Well, I would ask you, is there any feat that you can think of that only works because someone doesn't know about it?
I mean, I'm bad at going off the top of my head, but I do know that I'm not saying there's nothing in any of the ruling that says that it only works because I don't know, but neither does this. It doesn't say that because you know about, like, there's no reason.
Right, but even like, if I'm just trying to rationally go through like what other things are out there, I think that there's certain illusionary things that only work when somebody doesn't know about it, which is why when they do an investigation check, it basically stops having an effect. I can see through the illusion to some effect. And like, that's to me kind of what's happening, is like, if it's working because I don't know about it, it feels like it's an illusion. And the second I can see through the illusion, then the effect that the illusion has stops being effective. And so your value is maintaining the illusion for as long as possible, because the second the illusion goes away, your advantage goes away. So that's kind of the way it feels. If we were to build it that direction, it would feel like it's only effective as long as the advantage stays there, as long as we still have that illusion of me being still in front of you.
Yeah.
But I definitely see where it's going. I super like giving advantage on stealth. I kind of like the idea. Tell me what you think about this. If that duplicate stays on the field, when you attack from your hidden position, it has if you haven't been found, then you don't reveal your position because they think the attack came from your duplicate. So normally when like the rogue cycle goes, you hide, attack, and then you got to go hide again because they found out where you're at.
Right.
Like, imagine if say if I'm shooting my short bow from the shadows somewhere.
See, it would have to be something like a ranged attack, because melee attack would be hard to justify.
For sure. But if
we add in, like,
think about how you're going to be hidden and within 5 feet of somebody.
That's what I'm saying. So it's like, so it would make sense to just say, so if we wanted to add in, like, ranged attacks, as long as your echo is up, ranged attacks will not reveal your space. That's not bad. Because then you could say that, again, your echo is acting like they're doing the shooting, right? Your echo pulls out a crossbow and does a shot, but the shot comes from over there.
And they're your echo, so whatever weapon you are using, they have
that's what I'm
they
saying.
have right there to use.
And chat seems to agree, just advantage on stealth. So let's do.
Advantage on stealth and
So let's just do with hide. It's going to give you advantage on your stealth check. Advantage on stealth, and while active, while this echoes active. Next. Don't reveal location. This way you can attack while you're making your way across the battlefield in hopes that you're going to be able to get that extra sneak attack. Because again, my biggest thing of the hide action and really wanting to focus on the Echo Stalker being able to hide but have advantage on that with the Echo is the idea behind not knowing when you're going to get the sneak attack off, right? Because a lot of times that can be so difficult as a rogue. Like the whole party's in combat, like you said. How do you really sneak up to somebody and get 5 feet away from them usually, right? It's already hard enough. So I really like this idea of having the advantage. So even if you're not hiding anymore, you have advantage on being able to like sneak up to them and still get your backstab off.
Interesting.
Because again, the whole idea is, again, not to make you invisible.
So because you can get sneak attack from ranged attacks, and
which this would definitely be helpful with.
Yes, and your sneak attack will proc whenever you have advantage on an attack roll or whenever an ally is within 5 feet.
Yeah.
So whenever you're hidden, you have advantage. Whenever you're hiding, so that's why.
And that's why this whole thing was like to help better include the backstab as more of, because I know it's already a common feature, but I wanted that. I really wanted, again, until level 9, I really wanted this to be like, this is the thing it does. It basically, you are never, no one ever knows where you are. I really wanted this mentality of, because you use cunning action so often, I just wanted this idea that you're just all over the place. You're there in front of the enemy, and now you're over there, and now you're over there, and well, now you're in this shadow. Like, I kind of wanted that.
I have a question for you. Standard cookie cutter D&D. How do you rule this? Say if I am literally hidden in a shadow somewhere, and somebody's in the middle of a room. Can I sneak up to them and get sneak attack?
In High Point, yes, but that's because second edition has move silently.
So there's a specific mechanic. So hypothetically, if you're running a 5th edition campaign, would you allow that?
I would probably have a role, but yes, I would base it off the concept because there's shadows.
Their hiddenness is separate from them sneaking up.
In second edition, hide in shadows is a rogue ability. There's actually a whole rogue table of rogue abilities, like climb walls, pick pockets, pick locks. So hide in shadows is one of them, and that's basically being able to obscure your vision. And then move silently is the other one, which is being able to get from here to there without being heard or noticed.
So even in second edition, you have to use 2 different abilities in order to do that.
If you wanted to do them simultaneously.
If you wanted to be hidden from somebody and then sneak up on them.
Yes, you would have to use both of those individually, and they rank up differently. You can put more into one or the other. So that's how I like to rule. So if I was in 5th edition, there would definitely be if you're going to come out of hiding, it's obviously situational. You have to wait for them to not be looking at you. But there would definitely be a roll, like a stealth roll, at least if bare minimum a stealth roll. I would just say, okay, you have to make, how far are they away? You have to make 1 stealth roll for every 10 feet. So if they're 15 feet, that's 2 stealth rolls before they notice. Because again, I feel like that's fair. Like you can't just cross a room easily. Like you got to have some sort of vibe that they could fail. You know, rolling a 1 means they just turn around, like, or that they heard you, or, you know, just off, maybe they start to turn around. So you have to quickly adjust, like you have 3 seconds, they're going to see you. What do you know, quickly, what do you do? But I would definitely have to say that, yeah, just coming out of hiding, unless they're within 5 feet already, if they're more than 10 feet, you got to have some sort of roll, right?
Okay.
That's how I would roll.
Okay. And I just want to keep that in mind for the future if we're trying to help that feature be more accessible with this class.
What do you mean?
Being able to sneak up on something. If we're trying to make that be more accessible, if we're trying to make that be easier for someone to do, keeping in mind how are we going to go about making it easier for someone to sneak up on somebody, like, and not necessarily right now for this particular feature, but like,
no, I get
just
you,
in general.
And that's where I'm like, you know, that's where I kind of like the idea that most of the cunning actions will cause an echo to appear, which is part of the distraction, right? But that is true. 5th edition doesn't have like that sneak up on them. But again, you could just say, you know, if you just rule it that, you know, stealth checks and you get advantage on stealth checks you know, as long as your avatar's on the field, like, because that could be another aspect of the avatar. Whenever the avatar is on the battlefield, you have advantage on stealth checks. So that could just be not part of the hide action, not part of the dash action, but whenever your manifest is there, your stealth is automatically at advantage. Because again, people are just constantly aware you could be attacked from both sides. So it's just leaning into the idea that they're constantly paying attention to both of you. So you just have the advantage of when their eyes are off of you, you ducked away. Now, they know you're hidden, but they don't know where you are. That could be another alternative. So
I might feel like it feels a little strong. Just nonstop advantage on stealth checks while you're out. I mean, if there's no limit to your shadow being out, like, then that's all the time until it gets hit.
Not necessarily out,
and then you just pop it out.
But in line of sight of the target, right? So if the target can't see your shadow, it would, or your echo definitely wouldn't. Like, they have to be in line of sight of your echo, because the whole point is the echo is what's distracting.
I mean, yeah, but then if you're not in their line of sight, then they wouldn't have any idea what's going on either.
Exactly. So then it would, I mean, that in that particular case, it wouldn't matter either. Okay, so we'll definitely have to come up with that, because I do think that they should have some sort of benefit. Because again, but then again, D&D already made the ability to sneak attack with range. So really, you know, I guess it just depends on how you want to, like, how important is it to sneak attack melee? You know what I mean? I guess that's the big question, is how important for this particular class would it be to be able to do that?
Yeah. That is definitely the question. Like, is that a build you want to be viable for this subclass? A melee build?
Maybe. Well, because we still have a couple other abilities. Again, my first initial idea was just, how would a rogue want to use the ability to think that I'm not here, right? Like, how I want you to not believe where I'm at. That's what I'm riding on. So I don't know if I want to lean into melee, but maybe we will. Like, once we figure out what this other ability is going to be, maybe melee is going to be the way we want to go, or maybe it's going to be ranged. Right?
I mean, my initial thought, similar to the fighter, is it could not matter. Like, you could be ranged or melee. Like, when you're thinking about the Echo Knight, it doesn't matter what your weapon is. It doesn't matter what your fighting style is. It doesn't matter how you're fighting. You just get to use this thing. This thing is helpful to you no matter what.
Yeah.
That's kind of how I was feeling this might be. Is it like, it won't matter whether you're melee or not. It won't matter whether you're ranged or not. It'll just be helpful for you, period. That's kind of what my mindset was approaching it. But if it makes more sense to gear it towards one or the other, I mean,
so instead of an advantage, what if, as long as the echo is visible or is in line of sight of the target, it's just a -2 to their, or like you get a +2 to your stealth check? Would that be okay? Like, it's still some sort of a bonus, but not full on advantage.
I mean, yes, but it just, again, for me, I just keep going back to, again, I keep getting hung up on the fact that it feels like the only advantage is the fact that they don't know which one is you. And that feels like something that's really easy to overcome. Because imagine...
But why? It's not so much that they don't know which one is you. It's just that there are now two of you. They know that you're both a threat. So it's not so much they don't know which one to pay attention to.
Just like if there was a barbarian and a wizard, I can know that there's a barbarian there all day long, but if I want to kill this wizard because he's focusing on scary spells, I'm going to go kill this wizard. I don't care that you're there. Like, I am choosing to focus on you. And so in the same scenario, if there's two of you on the battlefield, so what if there's two? If I know that you're real, I'm going to ignore you and not care about you and treat you like you're an individual, just like anybody else on the battlefield would be. Like, that's kind of my mindset when it comes like, okay, yeah, there's two, but so what? Like, I know you're real and I know he's not. So if you go down, he's going to be gone. So I'm going to put all my focus on you and ignore him. Just like I would ignore the barbarian if I wanted to kill the wizard.
But again, I don't know why you would ignore it if it's the thing attacking you. Because again, if I go over there, but I'm, well, yeah. Okay, I see where you're trying. I mean, it's not the way that I would normally try to play it out, because again, that feels way too metagamey for a DM to do that. But basically, like, I see your power, but my character's too smart for it. Like, I just don't know.
If the character is too smart, like, I can understand this working against like wolves and stuff like that for sure. But if I'm up against like the BBEG, or if I'm up against somebody who has relative intelligence, or if I'm up against a level 20, they have every ability to use their, if I'm a player and somebody's trying to use this against me, I'm not going to care about your shadow. If the DM has put one of these enemies against me, I'm going to be like, screw your shadow. If there is any way for me to know which one is real, I'm going to focus on you. And I'm just going to shoot you until you die. And your shadow's going to mean nothing to me, because hopefully it'll go away when you're unconscious or dead. Right? But even then, I'm willing to take that chance. Because if you go down, then when I finally do give it my attention, it's not going to come back, because you're going to have to be the one that brings it back. Right? So like, I'm looking at that from like, if I'm fighting this thing, if I'm going up against this thing, like, how would I approach it? Right? Like, and I hope I would be able to have enough awareness to be able to recognize, oh, if that's the fake one, then I have the ability to go focus on this one over here.
I guess it just assumes that the fake one isn't a threat then. Like that's only assuming that you know the fake one can't do anything and isn't a threat.
Well, even if it can do something,
then why do you consider it not a threat?
It's not that I consider it not a threat. It's not like the barbarian isn't a threat. It's that the wizard is doing sketchy stuff that I really don't like. And the barbarian can hurt me. Yes, but I want to take him down first. If you're up against this thing and they got like these dope healers in the back, and anytime I hurt the barbarian, you get healed. I gotta go get those healers first. I gotta go take them out so that the barbarian doesn't keep getting healed, right? So that he's not constantly getting his health back. So it's not like I don't care about the barbarian. He's still dangerous. He can still hurt me, but I have to choose what to focus on. I have to choose, hey, he's a higher priority. Those healers are a higher priority. That wizard casting silence, stopping me from doing any of my spells, that's a problem for me. Like, I gotta do something about that so that we can have better action economy, so that we can do things better overall.
Okay. So the problem is how it's being perceived is so the problem isn't so much the ability, it's how it's being perceived, it's being used.
Correct. Right. If there's a way, and that's kind of what I was thinking when it comes to, like, I was theoretically thinking initially, like the echo isn't gonna like stay on the battlefield. Like, kind of like you were initially talking about, the echo's job is to be a distraction. So like when I'm taking the dash action, I kind of look at like this like almost blur of me, like kind of like going off in two directions. And then at the end of the turn, or at the end of the dash, the echo kind of dissipates and goes away, right? Or as I like run away to hide, I finally run away to hide, and you see it running away, but I hid like 20 feet prior to, and now you don't know where I'm at. The echo's gone. The echo's not this solid thing that like sticks around. It's just there to be a distraction, to trip you out while I'm doing my action, and then it's done. So that way it's confined to that one action, and it's not this like constant thing where I'm like, oh, which one's which? It's just, okay, this is what I got distracted with in this moment. This is what enabled you to dash away from me. This is what enabled you to disengage from me and go hide, and me be like, oh shit, I thought you were still here. And then you just poof, now you're gone. You know, it's something that just lasts for the moment, for the use of the cunning action, and then goes straight into whatever else you would do. Although I really do like the idea that we came up with of having the echo still be up while you're hidden. Like, imagine that. Imagine the echo only exists while you're still hidden, and the second you reveal yourself, the echo goes away, and then you're revealed again. Like, that's kind of what I was thinking. So it's not like it's having this constant thing up. Again, to me, that feels all very much, I'm not like a cookie cutter copy, but like very much what the fighter's doing. The fighter, you got two of you on the battlefield, and both of you guys are doing stuff. This one, it will mostly feel like, I just need you for a brief second. I just need you to get me out of here. I just need you to help me with my stealth, with my movement, with my disengaging, like whatever the case may be. Like that was my initial thought, but I understand the direction that you're going, and I'm trying to roll with it. So
yeah, no, I see what you're saying, because yeah, I think it's just more of, how do we, if we keep the manifest on the battlefield, how do we justify, why is it further a distraction? Like, why does it continue to be a distraction if it's still on the battlefield, right? after you've done your thing, what causes it to still be beneficial once it's there? Like, well, you know, again, if we're not using it
Exactly.
to do with the attacking, what's it essentially doing for you?
Yes.
Okay. So,
And that's why I really like the stealth one.
yeah. Okay.
Because that one, it feels like it really does have a purpose, and it'll be there for as long as that is valuable.
Okay. All right, so let's finish up with the disengage, and then we'll refinish with dash and hide, and we'll kind of collect all of those up. So disengage. So disengage is when you're in melee combat, and you want to basically put distance without signaling an opportunity of attack, right?
You
So you're
basically
already-
eliminate the opportunity for an opportunity attack.
So that's essentially already what the other, like, what we're basically giving dash and hide that same kind of concept, right? Like with dash.
A lesser version of it, but yes.
So disengage, you're already going to get it. So my biggest issue with disengage with rogues, it's a great feature, but it really only works when there's additional distractions, because there's been so many times where I keep using disengage and disengage and disengage, but I just can't outpace the creature. It's like as soon as the creature's turn, boom, it's on my ass again. Then it attacks me. And then I use disengage to leave. And then it's on my ass again. And then it attacks me.
And
I know that's not a common problem, but I know that that's been a problem for me in disengage. Is like, it's nice, but unless there's something I can really do to put distance or put an obstacle in between me and the enemy, it really does kind of just feel like I'm just hoping that there's something else it'll go after and not continue after me. Because the whole point is to just not get attacked, right? But if it can catch up to you, if you can't, dash, and usually, if you're disengaging, you're hoping that you have the dash action, and then
because you still use your action as long as you're not attacking. You can still use your action to do any of those things that you could use as a bonus action.
And that's why, yeah. And so it's like, that's where I've always feel with like disengage. It's like, I've always felt like you have to use the dash action to really benefit from disengage, right? So my mentality here with the echo was basically to give you that obstacle, right? Like when you disengage, it's essentially giving them, they don't know that you're disengaging, right? Like it's the idea that suddenly you're gone, but they still have an enemy in front of them. So, but if the manifest disappears, like as soon as you're done with your disengage, then it doesn't really do anything different, right? That's where maybe I was caught up when I was thinking of all three of these, of keeping it on there, is because when you use it as disengage, that's when you'd want it to stick around.
And I think, again, similar to the hide one, where the hide one can stick around until you're no longer hidden, basically making sure you don't reveal yourself from your hidden place. I think that disengage could do something similar. Like imagine you disengage from somebody, and if they try to go after you, for this particular one, your echo gets to do an opportunity attack on it before it disappears. Before it runs away from you. So like hypothetically, if I disengage from you and you don't get an opportunity attack, and now you want to chase after me, right? You can try and chase after me, but you're going to risk an opportunity attack because you're now engaged with my echo, right? And again, that's specific to the disengage echo.
Okay, so how about this? I really like this, because I kind of wanted to go the direction of basically it's like an opportunity attack. So it's either they have to burn an action to kill it and then come after you, or risk opportunity attack by ignoring it.
Right.
So going back to your previous problem of if it stays on the battlefield, it kind of stops the other issues, right? What if it only stayed on the battlefield until the start of your next turn? So like whenever you use these things, it's there. It gives you the initial advantage, disadvantage bonus.
I totally agree with that.
But by the time it's your next turn, it just goes away.
Yeah.
So it's only, again, like you said, in those 6 seconds, from my 6 seconds that I'm done all the way till the next 6 seconds that I act, only for those 6 seconds are people confused. So even a level 20 is going to still, for 6 seconds, be like, wait, you were...
I would
and then
say...
at 6 seconds, he's going to be like, oh shit, that isn't you. And it's going to disappear anyway. So it kind of solves your problem.
I very much agree with that, but I
it's-
would say specifically for the hide one, I would love the opportunity at the start of my next turn. I can choose whether I want to recast it to keep it up, to keep myself hidden.
Because then you can do the whole, you can attack without revealing your space.
Because that, I love that feature. I think that's so cool and so good to be able to use.
This is where it's at, guys. This is where the juice gets in. All right, so disengage. Disengage. You leave the avatar. You leave the echo. And then it will do an opportunity attack. So essentially, all you're really doing, and again, this is kind of a good balancing thing. We're not really increasing. Like dash just gives you the ability to dash and not have to take the disengage action at the same time, right? But you also don't have to do that next to somebody, so you can just put an echo on the battlefield, and it will just anybody who tries to shoot you before the start of your next turn because the echo's there. And that's what we even said anyway. We said until the start of your next turn.
Yep.
Which is just when the echo should disappear.
Yep.
The hide action just gives you the advantage at the time of hiding because they don't know that you hid. And by the time they do know that you hid, you're hidden, right? Your echo's gone. They're just going to find you anyway.
Exactly.
But, and then with disengage, it's basically, you're not doing anything different except you're basically reversing the opportunity attack. You're saying, hey, not only am I going to disengage and you don't get one, I'm actually going to steal your opportunity attack if you come after me.
Yes.
So that's more like,
and I really like that.
That's more probabilistic. It's like I'm taking the potential that you had. You could have hit me. I took that potential from you, and then I'm going to wait and trigger it against you. I like that. Okay, so we have cunning action, manifest, or your manifest, your echo manifest on a cunning action.
Okay.
If the cunning action is a dash, disadvantage against all attacks against you have disadvantage until the start of your next turn, including opportunity attacks. If you do it with the hide action, you have advantage on that stealth check, and any attack made while hiding does not reveal you.
Yes.
And disengage, it leaves an echo, and if ignored, the echo can do an opportunity attack to the start of your next turn.
Yes.
And then overall, just in general, the manifest. So I'm gonna say, so the echo.
Now, real quick, to clarify, when you say if ignored, does that mean if they try and move out of range,
Yes,
or regardless of if they move out of range?
I still think it has to do with they have to provoke. Because it's not a fight, right?
Got it.
We're not fighting it. I think it's just I took the potential of your opportunity attack, so until the start of my next turn, if you... Chat, what do you guys think, actually? Okay, so if the idea is that I took the potential of their opportunity attack, is it too powerful to basically say, by the start of my next turn, if you don't deal with my avatar, period, it will attack you?
I kind of like that. Like but you use your reaction. You're using the rogue's reaction, but if they don't move, if like on their turn they do nothing and
or
they just
attack someone right there, just if they do anything other than attack the echo, they're going to get attacked in turn.
I'm not mad at that.
That's actually kind of cool because you get to disengage, and basically, and again, what we said, right? We talked about the whole point is to let you disengage without them chasing you. So basically, this says if you don't deal with my echo, you're going to get hit. So you can chase me all you want, but if you don't deal with my echo,
you get a chance to get hit, but because you still have to roll to attack. But
I still like that. I like that.
What do you think about? Do you think that attack can trigger sneak attack if they haven't taken it already that turn? Hypothetically, if there is an ally within 5 feet of that person that they haven't dealt with,
I don't think it works because I don't think you could technically say sneak attack triggers on a reaction. That would be the problem, is because technically it's a reaction. So I don't know if it would
theoretically, sneak attacks doesn't matter if it's a reaction. It just says your first attack, or not your first attack, but one attack on your turn. You can only do it once per turn, but theoretically the reaction is still, if you didn't use sneak attack at all on your turn, and say you attacked and you missed.
So are we saying though that the opportunity attack would have to have advantage,
or it would have to have an ally within 5 feet? Because those are the two prerequisites for getting sneak attack. I don't know how I feel about it yet, but it's
only an extra D6, but I feel like we're already...
not later levels, it's not.
Yeah, but I feel like we're already, we're adding essentially a free attack from a.
But again, you're not getting any more damage than you would anyway. So like think about DPS. If I'm doing one sneak attack every single turn, I'm not really getting like a DPS spike from doing
sneak
this.
attack because it would still use your sneak attack at the turn. So you actually, if you didn't use it or haven't.
So you're, you're not really getting like a deep.
So why not? Why not sneak? Yeah, I think that could easily be an okay. I don't think we have to write it in, but I definitely think that could be an acceptable rule that happens.
We don't need to add language that say you can't use your sneak attack or something like that.
Gotcha. So go last. So I think that's the clutch right there. The echo only lasts until the start of your next turn. I think that solves all of our problems. It justifies why a level 20 can even be confused by it, but not permanently.
I agree with that.
And and now we're going to add some bonuses, right? So echo lasts until the end of your next turn. It only manifests on a cunning action.
Beginning or end?
On the beginning of your next turn. Start of your next turn. So as soon as it's your turn, your echo's gone. That way you don't get any benefits while you're now on your next action, right? And it justifies why you can pull it out again. Unlike the fighter who has to replace it, this is essentially, because you can only use cutting action once, so it's basically saying you can only use it once per turn. And maybe at their capstone, maybe we say you get 2 cunning actions. Maybe we can justify 2 cunning actions at the end of this, so therefore you could justify 2 Echo Knights on the battlefield at the same time, but just until the start of your next turn. But it also gives you an extra cunning action, so you could disengage to leave one, then dash to leave another one, and now there's 2 enemies, or there's 2 avatars right next to an enemy, so it's 2 opportunity attacks. So yeah, we might be able to do some shit with that. Okay, so
I definitely like the idea of potentially getting 2 at the end.
Okay, so Echo Knight has to last until the end of your next turn. It only manifests on a cunning action. And then do we need to put in any verbiage like you said with dash? Do we want to put in verbiage that it just you dash away and then people don't know you left and so they thought you were standing there and then you didn't? Or do we want to put in that the avatar also moves? Like, is it the whole they don't know which way you ran, or is it just you ran away, they didn't see you run away because the echo was distracting?
So
it's really kind of pedantic, but it does kind of make sense that we should put the verbiage in there that what does it look like?
Yes, and I do agree with that. So
I was kind of thinking like late, because if it's not going to last on the battlefield, right? If it's not going to be like movable around, would that be beneficial to? I don't know if that does anything beneficial later to add that verbiage. Like,
I'll say specifically for the dash one, I think the dash one should have verbiage that says it runs with you,
or the opposite direction,
or it runs in a direction of your choosing. Maybe, you know, I'll say. Because real quick, what does dash do again?
Outside of the role play and the lore, the only reason I really worry about the verbiage is either to make it make sense, like what you talked about, like why is the level 20 confused? Well, it only lasts for 6 seconds. And that's why they're confused. Anyone can be confused for 6 seconds.
Sure.
But if we put in verbiage of you get to like the difference between it runs with you, it runs in an opposite direction is more visual to me. But telling the player it can run in a direction of your choosing, that starts to tell me that we're implying there's more to this.
Okay, well then how about this? Say if it runs in the opposite direction of you, and we go back to that scenario that I gave you of like I pickpocket somebody and then I take the dash action and then it splits.
Yeah, they don't know who to chase.
They don't know who to chase, they don't know which direction to go. Like versus both of you guys running in parallel directions. So like they at least know the direction you're going. Do you feel like that has any value at 3rd level?
See, well,
do you think that should be something you get later to be able to misdirect them?
But then when I think about it, like in terms of the role play, that's where it comes down to is I don't think that adds any tangible value outside of role play. Like again, if I say, oh, I pickpocket him and then I run, and then I run this way, so my echo obviously runs the opposite way, versus I choose to go that way or this way, or we choose to run together. In the end result is the NPC has to choose who to go after. Regardless of if you're running together or opposite, the end result is they still have to choose who it is. What would be kind of cool though is maybe later down the road, instead of a second cunning action, what if the capstone was when you take a cunning action, 2 echoes appear? So then when you like do the dash action, three different, like there's three of you that run in different directions, right? So I'm just wondering, like
I will say, because I can find very strategic ways to do things. Like say if I want to, and this is why I think it matters whether you run in opposite directions or whether you run parallel. Say if I want to trick somebody into going and standing in a specific area, and I run opposite of that area so that they have the potential to chase my echo to exactly where I want them to stand, right? There's a chance that they might not, but if I'm going, I have to run towards that thing. I have to potentially put myself in a certain amount of danger. Say if I want you to run on an explosive rune and I want to trigger that rune to explode when you get there as you're chasing after me. I'm not going to do that if I'm running parallel to my echo, but I can do that if you're running the opposite direction as me.
Right. And then again, it still depends on, you hope that they follow the.
Sure. There's going to be a chance that it might not work, but like.
What I'm trying to ask is like, are we trying to give how much control, or is it just, are we just trying to get to the bare minimum of what this does, or are we trying to give that much more control?
I like that. I like being able to be super creative with my abilities and do.
So should that be at a later level then? At first, it's kind of one of those, you get to learn that this does these effects, but then later you get to more, because at lower levels, I find that these are great mechanics, but I think what you're talking about is a higher level thing, like 7th, 8th, 9th level gameplay, where you're like, okay, I need to now be able to use this.
I'll say this. Do I think it would be out of balance for a 3rd level player to be able to do that? Honestly, I can't really find a scenario where it's super out of balance. It's specifically if it's just opposite directions. If it's just opposite directions,
I don't know. I think the out of balance is immediately giving them the full control of where it goes. I don't think it's out of balance to decide it moves or it doesn't move. I think the out of balance would be 3rd level. I get to tell you where you think it goes.
Agreed.
I think that should be the upgrade.
So
maybe
do you
that's
think
an optional upgrade? Maybe that's one of those ones.
And I do agree with that. But what about the base? Do you think the base should be, again, parallel or separate?
I think it should be.
I like separate because it gives
like different directions. I like a random direction that makes sense, because you don't want them to run. If I'm running this way and your back is against,
do you want
the
to
wall,
give them a D4 of cardinal directions?
No.
Or do you just want to just?
I think it should just be a.
The DM chooses.
I think it should just be a. I think the verbiage should be, when you take the dash action, your echo runs in a random direction that is accessible. So it basically just means that, like, look, you're back against the wall and I go pickpocket, I dash. Where's my avatar going to go? You're going to see him run right into the wall. That doesn't make any sense. But the avatar should at least know, oh, I can run that way and not run through a wall or run through a door or run through people. So it's not meant to be controllable. It's just meant that it will run
when it's narrated. Who's deciding?
It would be the DM.
And so that would be the only scenario where I can see players having a problem. And
well, that's why it's supposed to. It's only intended early on to just be like, look, it's gonna run where it can. That's why all I'm saying is that when you take the dash action, your echo will run in a different direction than you, where it can, and that just gives a DM basically saying all the echo is gonna do is just run away in a way that makes sense. It doesn't matter. It's not meant to give a benefit or a disadvantage. It's still gonna get the point across, but later we would give the player that extra choice of, you get to choose where it goes. I do like the upgrade. I think the player should decide.
So let me ask you this. If I'm at 3rd level and there is a 3-way hallway, like a T intersection, right? And or maybe it's like a 4-way hallway and someone's chasing me down one, and I hit the dash action at the intersection, right? I, as the player, specifically am trying to lure this person down one way or the other. Whether that happens or not is just going to be whether the DM feels like it or not.
I think, well, in that particular case, as me as a DM, I'd roll.
Okay.
I do a D4. It makes perfect sense that you're going to split and it's going to go in one of the directions that make the most sense. Whether it's back to the enemy or not doesn't matter. I would personally, as a DM, I would roll that, because in that one situation. But I'm thinking about it, let's say it's a marketplace. You pickpocket someone and then you dash out of there. I just don't want this thing to run into a stall. Or like, again, just be like, oh, I run this way, so it goes.
I like the idea.
And it's there, like,
the verbiage I would say is it would run opposite of you or in a reasonable direction. You know what I mean? And so at the very least, it's predictable.
So you don't like the idea of
if it being just randomly chosen, especially if there's a plethora of options. But if if
Okay,
I can
see what you're saying. I think it's more of
If I can
think it's the concern of limiting the DM's control, because I really think that would be shitty for a DM to do that, but I don't know if.
But imagine I like the idea if the opposite direction isn't possible, the DM just picks a reasonable direction.
Yeah.
Because imagine in that same scenario of the hallway, if I wanted him to specifically go to the left, I would run to the right and he would have to choose which one he's going to. Or if it's not possible for him to go exactly opposite of me, then the DM would just pick a reasonable direction down one of the hallways, right?
But I still feel like that's very, very controlled. Like, I still feel like that's the upgrade.
And so that's my question is, you feel like that's knowing that it's in an opposite direction is too much control that the player has?
Because we're specifying opposite as in we're defining a hallway as opposite. Like, you are controlling it. It is exactly opposite of you. That's where I'm just like, I just don't know why I don't know if it's that so necessary to put into the rule sets as it is more of it's just gonna run in a reasonable direction. And I just say random as in easier to like write up in a book, right? Like when you're reading it and it's just like, you take the dash action and it runs in a random, reasonable direction. That just means the DM choice, or you can even put in the optional rule like DM or player choice, depending on the DM.
And again, I would keep that verbiage. I would just put opposite first. And so that there is a predictable direction.
But see, I like it not being predictable, kind of, though, because that's the idea. You're just going to manifest and it's just going to start running.
And that's my point is I think that the creativity that you can have when it is predictable, it gets cut down a lot when it's not. Like
that's why I want to give it the ability to control later, because then your creativity booms once you've learned it. That's why I want like at a level 5. I want a very upgrade.
I do get that. And I like the opportunity to upgrade it to literally getting to choose where it goes later. Getting to practice with a predictable direction early will kind of train you on, oh my gosh, when I do have full control over this, I'm going to be able to do so many cool things. Right. But at the right now, you're limited to specifically. So if where I want them to go isn't an opposite direction for me to run, then I just can't do it. And like there'll be times
the reason why I'm not getting on that bandwagon. I totally understand your judgment, but I feel like not only is that very like situational in those cases, but I feel like we're not shoehorning, but it's almost like we're trying to build this to like. I understand that is a good situation to discuss, but the idea that we're building this to make sure that it works in that situation is where maybe
I feel
I'm
like
a little bit hesitant.
From my perspective, this would be a high probability for getting use out of this, because like right now it feels like this is not necessarily purely, but for the most part only usable in combat, right? And having any sort of like, especially for a rogue, a lot of the stuff that the rogues do isn't necessarily just in combat. Right. A lot of the times they pickpocketing, sleight of hand, a lot of the stuff that they're doing is going to be out of combat. So giving this some practical application out of combat, giving your players an opportunity to think about how they might want to use this in scenarios like this, how they might be able to manufacture, like it is situational, but it's a situation you can easily put yourself in to make it useful, to be able to do something that is valuable in these types of scenarios, right? So it could be a solution to a problem that you might not be able to have otherwise. I think that's why I like so much the fact that it gives you the ability to think in a way you wouldn't be, because if you automatically get that at like 7th level or something like that, my brain is never going to be using that for the first 7 levels of me having that. I'm not going to be thinking like that because I'm not going to get to choose. It's not going to be something that's going to be but like if I'm already training my brain to think, oh, how can I misdirect these people? How can I get them to go? Oh, I can't force them to go down that hallway because there's no opposite way for me to run. But when I do get control, that's how. Like I like how it kind of builds on top of itself.
I go the exact opposite. I don't think that the verbiage would stop me from thinking that way. I don't think that it's saying that it runs. I still think I would.
But it wouldn't work that way.
What do you mean?
You wouldn't be able to do that. It would just be random.
That's my point. But that I don't think it would stop me from wanting to use it outside of combat. I don't think that it's going to stop me from
not stop you, but it would just limit you a lot.
I don't think so. I don't think it limits me at all. I think it's still because it still does the exact same thing you want. It's just. Again, I mean, you're talking about the only, from what I can understand, the biggest loss that we're getting from not doing like what you were saying is the idea of like luring.
Intentionality.
Like, yeah,
intentionality is what
I don't think
you
that's a massive issue.
But that's the entire issue that giving you control later will allow you to start thinking towards.
I don't think that there's a miss in. I just don't think that I would not use it and not think of it that way just because I can't control it. I still think that I would be using it. And
I mean,
just looking forward
I still think you would use it, but it feels like that. I get it. Like if you don't see it that way, that's fine.
We're doing a poll in chat. I'm waiting for more answers. We only got one vote so far. For predictable or random, like as a start out, what does chat think? So we got one person saying that as far as they think it should just be like the random direction at first. Because again, I'm thinking really early on, right? Because we're not going to get anything till level 9. I'm definitely thinking like by level 5, we should get some bumps on this, right? At least like, being able to control it. Because again, that's only like 2 levels at that point, right? From level 3 to level 5, I can see that that's only going to be a minute issue until level 5, where then you can start controlling and just being like, I control the direction, or I can choose to control the direction when I take the dash action, kind of thing. Because I also like the idea too of later down the road being able to like control the other ones as well. Like when you take the hide action, being able to, when you take the hide action or cunning action to hide, you can give your echo a command to like move up to 15 feet away, or feign an attack or something, kind of like be able to basically add on to the distraction.
I definitely like every turn, like when you recast it to like keep it up, giving it another command with that.
When are we gonna get that? Do we get that right off the gate? Do you think that we should get that right out the gate, or is that one of those things we should add in later? Because it doesn't. We don't want to wait till level 9 for that. We do not want to wait till level 9.
I don't see why not. Like, I mean, you could add it at level 5.
Would you say then, would you have to burn your cunning action in order to keep it up?
Yes.
Okay, so we can do that. If we're doing that, then I don't mind adding that at level 3.
Yes.
Basically,
so you're basically just you're reusing your cutting action, but it's seamless. If you do it at the start of your turn, it's because normally it would go away, and if there's like a blip in there, then there's potential for.
So it goes away on your turn unless cunning action used first. What? So basically, it lasts until the start of your next turn unless you burn a use of cunning action to keep it up. And then we'll have to decide what to do once it's up on that. Because that's right now, we don't really have any reason to keep it up. Right?
Well, the reason to keep it up is if I'm still hidden and I want to use my attack action, I'm going to stay hidden. They're going to think.
It also actually works for disengage too, because let's say I disengage and leave my guy there and he doesn't move or do anything, and my guy attacks, like if I keep him up, he'll have this same opportunity attack. Like you could say that so all of these could technically have a reason to continue. Like you take the dash action, right? If I re-up it, it continues to run, but I don't. Versus
because I imagine like when you're running, especially when you're taking the dash action, it's not all happening on your turn.
You're running till the end.
Like
of your
turn. You're continuing to move the entire time. So
that would be cool. Is you can either retake the dash action, or you can burn the cunning action and keep your avatar running, and then you just
Like now, let me ask you this. Ooh.
Because if you just retake the dash action, a new avatar appears.
A later ability I feel like might be cool is you can activate. You have the ability to activate these things when you use them as on these 3 movements still, but when you use them as an action as well. So I can use my cunning action bonus action to disengage, and then I can use my action to hide, and both of them will drop duplicates. Again, later, but that way on one turn I can disengage and hide on one turn, and and get the benefits of both.
So no, totally. Level 9, I think we could say that at level 9, whenever you take the dash, hide, or disengage action, you can manifest your echo. So where's not, because right now it says on a cunning action. What we do at level 9 is say if you take any of these actions, period, you can manifest an echo. So that would be the verbiage. It just means that it's not your cunning action, it's just period. Anytime you dash, anytime you hide, anytime you disengage, period, your echo manifests. Should that be, what do you think about like just
So it's your
so at level 9, just because right now it says on a cunning action you manifest your echo, starting at level 3. At level 9, it's taking these actions, period. It's not your cunning action, it's any of these 3 in any capacity.
And so I temporarily named our first ability Cunning Echo, right? So it's like
I like that. Cunning Echo, that's
right.
dope.
So your cunning action, you manifest your echo. So for 9th level, I'm saying it basically is like you can manifest your cunning echo when those actions are taken as an action. I don't want to use action twice in that sentence. But
I would just say level 9, you can manifest your echo when using dash, hide, or disengage, regardless of cunning action. Like just basically we're just saying you don't need to use cunning action. You just need to do one of these 3 things.
Right.
But we do want to say that we do want to put verbiage that it does stack. As in, we want to let them understand that does mean you can take cunning action and this action again and still get those benefits.
Yes.
So how about at level 9, the echo manifests when using dash, hide, or disengage, regardless of cunning action. This includes stacking. This also, or these abilities can be stacked. That's all we would have to say. These abilities can be stacked would be the way to end it. I think that would be a very easily level 9, and it may not be level 9, maybe later, because level 9 is going to be the next thing we get, and we might want to add more to it than just this. Like just
possibly.
So maybe that should be the level 13. Is you can proc these things at any point in the game.
I think level 9 feels right, but if there's something we feel like we should put at level 9 instead, then we could do that.
Again, starting at level 3, we're going to go 6 levels without doing anything with Echo. 6 levels. So,
but we also do have to look at how advantageous what we do get will be with what we have.
And that's why I want to know at level 9, is it going to feel right that you can just do all of these exact same things, just more? Or should you be able to do something else with the echo and then later you can do that something else more, right? Because it's basically adding a new ability and then doing more of it, or doing more of what you can do and then adding a new ability. It's just what feels better. So you're right. We'll have to see with the other abilities.
Yeah.
So with level 3, echo manifests on a cunning action until the start of your next turn, unless you. All right. So at the start of your next turn, you take a dash, hide, or disengage. You get certain benefits, and if you are to burn a use of cunning action at the start of your turn, your current echo remains on the battlefield. That's
if you burn the same cunning action, right?
Or just on the start of your next turn, you just
use your bonus action to use cunning echo,
and you can't use your cunning action that turn again.
I mean, that's you expending your bonus action. Yeah.
So or just say that expend your bonus action to keep your manifest up.
Sure.
So we'll just say that. So that's level 3. I think that actually suits quite well.
I like it a lot.
And I think this is a really good start. It gives a lot of ideologies, and it really leans in. It's like one of those subclasses. It just leans in, not to I don't feel like this is telling me what type of rogue I am. It's one of those few rogues where I'm like, I'm getting these cool powers, but this isn't really telling me specifically, like, it feels like a specialty without being a focus, if that makes sense. Like, I can use this in so many different ways that I don't feel like I'm being shoehorned into playing this any particular way. It feels like at the start, you're kind of learning how do you want to play it.
What's going on, Pokeniner?
What up, Pokeniner?
We're building an Echo Rogue. That is the goal. It is a subclass that we're looking at right now to see how we can make Echo Knight into a rogue subclass.
So right now we just finished level 3. So
yes,
at level 3, the Echo Stalker is what we're going to call it, at least for now. Starting at level 3, on a cunning action, the Echo Stalker will summon an echo of itself until the start of its next turn. If you take the dash action, all attacks against you until the start of your next turn have disadvantage, including opportunity attacks. If you take the hide action, you have an advantage on the stealth check. So you have advantage on your stealth check, and as long as your echo is active on the battlefield, attacks from the hiding position do not reveal your location.
Okay.
And then if you take the disengage action, you will leave an echo behind, and if that echo is not taken care of by the start of your next turn, it will attack the enemy that it was left.
Using your reaction.
Using your reaction, if it's available. And if the enemy leaves the area of that echo, it will provoke an opportunity attack using your reaction.
Exactly.
And then, as an addition, if at the start of each of your turns, if you burn your bonus action or expend your bonus action, you can keep your previous echo up. So if you're currently hiding and you don't want to lose your echo, and because you want to keep attacking from a hiding position, you just burn your cunning action, and then you can stay hiding, your echo's up, and then you still get the attack without revealing your location.
Mm-hmm.
And then same thing, if you disengage, you can burn another option and then keep your echo up, and it'll keep attacking that same person. At the end, at the start of your next turn, it'll burn its opportunity attack or your reaction to attack them. So so that's, so far, we've locked that in. That is what level 3 looks like. I feel like that feels really good. It gives a lot of benefits, but it doesn't make me feel like I'm shoehorned into using this only one way. You know what I mean? Like sometimes you feel like a subclass is like, oh, I'm only going to be useful right here. This feels like, man, I'm going to be all over the place. And I really like that we broke it down not into a actionable thing. I love that we broke it down into cunning action. I think that's my favorite.
Yeah. Oh, I love that too.
I think not only does that resound with rogue, obviously because it's the rogue abilities, but I think it really lets you lean into the rogue you want to be. You know what I mean? Because if you're an up close and personal rogue, you're going to use disengage more often. So that ability is going to be so nice if you want to be the rogue fighter up in that guy's face, right? If you want to be the stealth, you're going to be using that advantage on stealth all the time and being able to get sneak attack every round because you're always hidden and you don't reveal your location. Like absolutely stunning. And then dash action is just if you want to be all over the battlefield, being able to have this avatar that just runs away it's just awesome. So yeah, I think that's really locked down. Feels a bit much. Rogues really don't get such complex mechanics that early. Well, that's kind of the point. Yeah, because you're not going to get anything till level 9. That's my biggest issue with like rogue subclasses. It's level 3 to level 9. That's 6 levels. I don't get to specialize. This is meant. It does sound like a lot, but realistically, it's only on your cunning action, and it's only till the start of your next turn. You're really only getting advantage on, basically with the dash action, you're getting advantage on defense. Hide, you're getting advantage on stealth, and disengage, you're getting advantage on attack. It's kind of splitting you up, right? Which I kind of didn't even realize that we did, but looking at it, it's defense, attack, or stealth.
Yeah,
it's really splitting you up.
That's pretty cool.
And I really think it does lean in. It does sound like a lot, but I think it's been needed. I really do think that this lends into a very good rogue build myself. So is this purely combat subclass? No, it's not meant to be a combat subclass. Originally, the hide mechanic was the one that I wanted to focus this around. That's why we call it the Echo Stalker.
Right.
The idea that you're basically getting the advantage to people don't know what you're doing on the battlefield. You're basically kind of a wild card. People don't know where you are. They don't know what you're doing. And you're kind of manifesting this echo that is equally dangerous for the few seconds it's there. But then it kind of just goes away and has that kind of option. Let's see. So if so, then the constant sequence attack makes. All right. So question, is it purely combat? I mean, again, it can be combat if you want it to be. It really just depends on the direction you're going to go. Echo Knight is broken, you say? So building it off of it should probably weaken it substantially.
There are a lot of people that have found ways to abuse Echo Knight rules as written.
Gotcha.
Right. So, and there are a lot of reasons that like DMs and homebrewers really don't like the way it's laid out. I agree that because like theoretically, the way Echo Knight is written, I can be in a store, I can ask the shopkeep, hey, can I look at that sword while I have my Echo outside? And then all of a sudden just disappear and I'm outside the store. You have no idea where the freak I am. You just see a gray duplicate of me that's not holding a shield and I'm gone.
Yeah.
Right? Like, so there's all kinds of like crazy stuff you could theoretically do with it. And like, so I understand, which is again why Pokeniner, one of the biggest things we talked about with this build right now is the Echo doesn't stay up forever.
Yeah.
Our Echoes only last until the start of your next turn. And you can and right now there's no mechanic that we have to be able to teleport between your Echo or anything like that.
I do want that, but that's definitely much later. That's sure. That's not something that I think this.
And it'll probably be more specific too.
I think this is really good. So let's do what we were going to talk about. So now let's look at this. So we're at level 3 until level 9. Let's just kind of look at how does this Echo Knight feel as we progress, right? So right now, expertise, sneak attack, thieves can't, cunning action, and then we get our roguish type, right? So right now, we're basically just this, right? We got our cunning action, which lets us use all of these abilities. Yeah, see, we talked about like simplifying it, and honestly, it just didn't work. Like it really became, if we simplify it too much, I think what we found out was then it just became something that no one wants to play. You know what I mean? Because again, it's like we want this to feel different than a rogue. We want this to be an enhanced rogue. And like you said, if we're just basically leaning in the fact that rogue gets a lot, then why even have a rogue subclass? Like it's not solving the problem.
And one of the other things we did talk about earlier was potentially giving optional features to take. So if we want to basically like, yes, you would normally get evasion, but instead of evasion, maybe you get a duplicate replacement or something like that.
And that's
you know what I mean?
That I think that subclasses could benefit from is instead of getting everything from the core and the subclass, having certain core features you could swap out instead. Like I think optional subclass features that could let you like do that. That would be kind of cool. So yeah. So looking at this between until 9th level, you're going to get ability score increase. So you're going to get Uncanny Dodge. Uncanny Dodge is expertise and evasion, 2 ability scores, and another roguish archetype, right? So
Uncanny Dodge and evasion are really cool.
So when an attacker you can see hits you with an attack, you can use your reaction to have the damage, which, I mean, again, that doesn't really affect any of this. You know what I mean?
No.
And actually, it actually benefits us because we've been talking about how the fact that you have to burn a reaction if you're going to use disengage, right, to have your opportunity attack. And you're burning your bonus actions if you're going to keep your thing up. So this, you know, burning one of those reactions also gets in the way of like your disengage option.
Right. So it's not like you're getting like all of the things. It's like, oh, now you have to be more selective about what you're doing.
So I do like that's there. Evasion, you can immediately dodge out of the way of certain area effects. There's Ice Storm. Okay, so basically AoE spells and stuff. You're subject to an effect that allows you to make dexterity saving throw in order to take half the damage. Instead, you take no damage. And again, that doesn't really do anything to this. You know what I mean? If we're looking at the Echo as having like, you know, the same similar base AC, but 1 hit point, this really wouldn't proc if you're using that ability either. So again, it benefits you for having more battlefield maneuverability, but I don't see it as... I don't see that as having any issue. Then reliable. Okay, so then we don't get reliable talent until 9th, but that is whenever you make an ability check.
You mean 11th?
Oh, yeah. I was just trying to like look.
Oh, until after 9th. Yeah.
So then looking ahead, you get that blind sense. You are able to hear and aware of locations of any hidden or invisible creatures. Again, that's not really. It's not really synergistic, but it's not really. Like,
I mean, it doesn't hinder. I mean, it's good. Like having blind sense is great, especially if you're hiding, especially if you know, we going into dark areas, whatever. Like imagine it being pitch black somewhere and you have no idea what's going on.
Technically, elusive makes it to where you can't have advantage against you. So I mean, it kind of overrules some of these things that you know you're not because again, a lot of these things are giving you advantage on doing something, but but none of these really give.
None of these. We
took that one away. We took that away. So,
yeah.
So it's just disadvantage on. Well, no, dash because it gives disadvantage on attack against you, but this prevents advantage. So that's another synergy. By this level, not only do people can't have advantage, but then dash still gives you disadvantage on attacks against you, right? So a little bit more of that synergistic aspect of it, I guess.
Yeah.
And then stroke of luck. You have an uncanny knack for succeeding when you need to. If your attack misses the target within range, you can turn it into a hit. Alternatively, if you fail of an ability check, you can treat the D20 roll as a 20. So basically just guarantee success, which it might benefit one of these. Like if you're taking a hide action, you get advantage twice and you can't fail. But again, we're not really basing most of these off of rolls. So
yeah.
Okay. What's that? Wait, what do you mean? So blind sight is not blind sight. Yeah, it means no.
So I think there's something called blind sense, and then there's blind sight. So blind sense just means you
invisible creatures within 10 feet of you.
Yeah, it's like it's kind of like low level Daredevil.
Yeah.
Right.
It's just more of like.
But blind sight, I think, is like like you can see, even though you're completely
blind
blind.
sight is basically like
Yeah.
you are aware as if you had sight, whereas this is just you have a sense around you. Yeah, that's fine. I do agree that this is probably one of the weaker capstones for all of the classes, especially for level 20. Just
Stroke of luck.
Yeah.
What does it give you?
so basically, if any of your attack misses a target within range, you can turn the miss into a hit, and if you fail an ability check, you turn it into a 20 on the die.
Not a natural 20, but just
You just turn it into a 20 on the die face, but not a nat 20.
okay.
So attacks never miss. Like you never miss an attack.
That
and
means you're
you can't-
proccing. That means, well, if you have the ability to, you're proccing your sneak attack every round.
Oh yeah, because your attack never misses the target within range.
Because that's the only reason you're not going to get your sneak attack is if you miss.
Right, and you already have and you usually have
Right.
advantage on it. And then and then the ability check. So I don't really think that really. Yeah, I do think that's kind of weak, and it could be.
You could definitely do a lot more.
Okay, so let's look at this. So we've already taken care of the manifest. So I'm going to erase. So we're calling that the Cunning Echo.
Cunning Echo, yeah.
Okay, so now we have that was 30. So now we have to think of 9, 13, and 17. Okay, so 9, 13, and 17. So let's look at what the fighter got. So the fighter was able to control their avatar. They were able to use their avatar to help block another ally. I think that's what we're gonna do, right? Because that's really very fun.
I don't think, yeah.
We're gonna be that type of defensive with our echo here. I think
Sure.
So we're gonna just ignore that. They were also able to heal with their knife.
I also don't really feel like that's very roguish.
I agree.
And although I will say it was less healing and more temporary hit points, so it's just a little bit more
It
resiliency.
was temporary hit points. I agree. Yeah, so we can probably get rid of that one, and then the Legion was the +1, which I do think at some point would be great.
+1.
You can add another.
Oh,
And we were
some
talking
to
about
some effect. Yeah, some version of that.
Well, that was just what it was. You can add a second.
No, but I mean for us, we'll add. Yeah.
So let's talk about we have 3 levels. I do like the idea of because again, the avatar is not meant to say to stay on the battlefield, right? So avatar control, I think, would be more along the lines of like,
Isn't that what we were just talking about? Being able to kind of choose the direction of your.
like the dash, may be able to choose an action it takes on hide, and then what would you do, like, and then disengage, right? Like it's just trying to figure out like when you take the action, what can you have it do more than benefit you, right? Because it's going to benefit you like this, but then what else would you justifiably be able to make it do to really make it feel any better? Like, could we control the right way?
I can say for disengage, maybe something like distract and giving them disadvantage on whatever attack that they're about to do.
What's that feat where, like, is it like the fighter feat where, or somewhere there's a feat where basically it's that whole thing where if you attack an enemy, like they have to attack you or have disadvantage? We were just talking about it. It's kind of like the aggro thing, right?
Yeah,
Is it a feat or was it a class feature?
I think it's a class feature. I think that's one of the things you can do for it's an ancestral guardians thing for barbarians, and it's also, I think, one of the battle master maneuvers that you can choose for a fighter.
So,
unless I'm mistaken, Poker Niner might know better than me on that one.
So how do we feel about adding a teleport? Like, because the idea would be, so I'm trying to think what's the real benefit other than, let's say you're hiding, you get close to the enemy and you screw up and they see you, being able to revert back to, your echo's spot, right? Being able to like retreat essentially.
So I am.
Ooh, this would be really weird. What if the control was reversing the abilities? So like when you take the dash action, like I know we say that it kind of runs in a random direction, but like what if when you took the dash action, like you could just make the avatar run and you don't have to run? right? Like you could basically make it take the dash action, or you could let it hide and treat it like a version of yourself to where, I'm just trying to think of like, would there be any benefit of having it do something for you other than it do something in reaction to you? I don't think that really works. I think that might get too much into the Echo Knight territory.
Yeah, I feel like that might be. I like where it's going. Like being again very misdirecting, very much trying to make it look like you were doing something. Like I almost like to like imagine like I'm in a crowded place and I'm just walking down the road or whatever, and I recognize that somebody's tailing me. Imagine that I could hit the dash action and just without necessarily running or sprinting, but like, something to that effect. Like, I don't know. I think it was mentioned earlier in chat, but potentially something. This is hard because when it comes to like the Dunamancy and where this actual ability comes from, it would be hard to justify this. But turning you invisible when that happens, so that you're following it, and it's like, oh, they're trailing, doing what, and then you're off doing what. So like, I think that could be cool, but I also feel like it might be a little bit of a stretch. But going back to something you said a second ago about potentially teleporting, I do like the idea of, imagine when you it's almost like an attachment to an earlier feature. So for evasion specifically, when you succeed on an evasion based dexterity saving throw, you can basically cast your duplicate 30 feet away from you and teleport to it, and your duplicate gets blown up and you're like no longer even in that area anymore. Like that's the only time I could really think of doing something with like teleportation, but it'd be very situational. You'd only really ever use.
Doesn't feel rogue, like that more like monk or something, like, right? Like put yourself in that situation. So,
maybe.
So because it's like I don't want to give him an ability that's only outside of combat, right? Like you could give him things that the it could help them pickpocket or whatever, right? One idea I was trying to come up with, it's very situational and I don't feel like it works with this, but how cool would it be, like, if you get grappled, you could use your like bonus action or reaction to produce an echo and step away, like move 5 feet, but they've grappled your echo.
Okay.
So they touch you, and if you're grappled, you can just step it away, and now they're holding, like they're wrestling with your echo essentially. That could be very interesting. I don't know if it's for this class, but that's kind of an interesting concept.
So normally grappling check is a contested check, right? Contested between your strength and their dexterity or whatever the case may be. I would say that maybe like in response to somebody attempting to grapple you, instead of using strength or dexterity to escape, you could use your echo but I would give that a limited use ability. I wouldn't be able to, like, you can use it as many times as you want, like you can use your echo. Like that would be like, let me do that like a certain number of times a day or something to that effect.
Like equal to your proficiency modifier.
Sure.
Kind of thing.
Yeah. I think that sounds reasonable for sure.
I feel like maybe that's not for this class though.
Sure.
Because how often are rogues really finding themselves like in that situation? Oh, I know what we could do.
Put something in the Discord. Put it in homebrew.
What if we say, so this might be a few things. So what if at level 9, you get the ability to control the movement of your avatar during cunning action. So that would include, like, you can choose the direction it goes on dash. You can choose essentially what it looks like when you do the hide action, like, maybe it can move up to 10 feet. So it's like you're next to a shadow, you dunk behind this, but then it walks 10 feet that way. So it's even harder to know where you hit. So like you can move. So at the avatar control level, dash, you can choose what direction the avatar will run.
Okay.
During the hide action, you can move the avatar up to 10 feet as soon as you're hidden.
What level is this?
Level 9.
I'd give it
15.
Your full movement. I mean, I don't see why. At level 9? Like,
well, then at least half movement, because kind of like how Echo Knight has like, teleportation. So maybe just half movement.
Okay.
Because then that way, Or how about this? At level 9, the dash action, you can decide where, you can choose the direction of the avatar. When you take the hide action, you can spend any number of your movement to move your avatar. So it's like you have 30, 35 feet, you can move it a number of that, and then you can move the other.
Okay.
So you can just distance yourself, but you both are using your action or your movement. And then the disengage action, the avatar can follow a target, or no, because it's just the opportunity attack. I
mean, the best thing I could think of, because they're already in melee range, is giving them disadvantage on something, or I was gonna say trying to disarm them, but that feels like a bit much. Well,
because again, it's all about like avatar control. Would it be too much to give the disengaged avatar in lieu of an opportunity attack, the grapple action? Like instead of instead of having it stay there and choosing to just attack at the start of your next turn or at the end, what if it chose to grapple instead?
If I feel like that would be very helpful if you allowed your echo to proc sneak attack.
But that's not very rogue though. Grapple wouldn't work with the feeling though. I like where we're going with it.
I regardless of if you grapple or not, I still like the idea of, specifically with the disengage one, your echo being able to proc sneak attack, because if you're
as your ally,
as an ally within 5 feet of them.
Okay. So let's work with that. Okay, so for level 9, been missing.
Pokeniner is blowing us up. So he actually dropped something in Discord. There is a creator, let me take a look at what it says. I think his name is Snow Wolf, who has basically broken down all the 5th edition subclasses into like categories. Like each level kind of gives relatively X, Y, and Z type of traits, and just gives you like a decent foundation on how you're structuring 5th edition stuff. So that was something that we can take a look at when we get a second.
So echo control is cool. And I like that we're keeping the abilities we're canceling, right? Keeping this idea that we're getting better. So to hide, you can split movement between you and your dash. You can choose the direction. Disengage. Excuse me. So we just have to figure out exactly what we're going to do with
Disengage. What did I say? Proc sneak attack. That was my idea. Is the echo that you leave behind can be the adjacent thing to a target.
Or, well, did we say that before? Did we allow the echo to have sneak attack?
Yes.
So it can already use.
It can already proc sneak attack if you haven't used it.
Because if someone else is next to the enemy, right?
Correct.
You're saying that this can help you proc sneak attack.
Yes.
So it's like you disengage but don't leave. You just step to the side.
Well, no, you could run away 10 feet and I can shoot a bow and arrow at it and then get sneak attack because I have an ally. Yeah. He becomes the ally that gives me.
Proc sneak attack. No, that feels good. That feels balanced. Okay, so avatar control. You can choose the direction. You can split your movement when you hide. You can proc sneak attack with the disengage action. What else feels good? Oh, I had another idea.
We were talking earlier about being able to proc on an action as well as a bonus action. That was initially what we were talking about for level 9, but we were also talking about moving that to level 13.
Level 13 because
if we find something else that we want to do here.
Yeah. So, because I think we wanted to give more abilities first, and then we wanted to be able to give them the ability to do it, right? So that way, we'll give them the ability to do it more often later. We want to give them more. So. I don't think there's any advantage to increasing how long it goes. Like increasing to the end of your next turn. I don't think that's.
I mean,
I
will
do. I know what. Sorry. I know what I want to do for you. How do you feel about this? Because I know that there's not really like specific like thief abilities anymore, right? Like pickpocket. I don't think pickpocket specifically, or is pickpocket specifically for thieves and rogues?
No.
It's just an ability anybody can do, right?
Yeah, sleight of hand.
Sleight of hand. So, what if the echo control gave you advantage on, like, what about just sleight of hand? Like, so what if it gave you advantage on sleight of hand because, like, I'm sitting here talking with you, and then all of a sudden you see a gray arm go here, and my real arm goes there. So I'm just talking with you like this, but these are fake hands, and all of a sudden I'm down here.
So this is separate from.
This is almost
cunning anything.
Yes, this is almost just like. It's almost like halfway. You're not quite fully manifesting your echo, but it's like taking your same position. You know, like you're basically manifesting it in the same position as you. So as you move, there's almost like two of you, almost like mirror image.
Okay.
Where it's just giving people that advantage because they're like talking. You know, I say, oh yeah, hand over there, but my hand's over here.
Yeah.
But you see both my hands over here. Like, look
so
at what we have on the menu, and I'm sitting here pickpocketing.
It's that misdirection thing.
What
I do like that. What was the other thing that we said should be a limited number of times, like proficiency number of times? Because I feel like this goes in that category.
That would have been I think that was letting them do stuff. Like if you had them be able to do stuff for you, was that it? Like using it like no, that wasn't it. What did we say? Interesting.
But
I don't. I do like the idea of being able to have like a bonus to your normal like roguish talents, like that would, because there's not really like a category for roguish talents. But I like the idea of being able to use this like out of combat, like a way that this would benefit you to do the other things that you would normally do as a rogue, because it's help misdirecting people, right? Outside of having to manifest a whole shadowy gray figure, just the idea that it would kind of help distract people, right? So, because again, it's also like messing with probability. So it's giving you that disadvantage of almost messing with the probability that you could have done it. Like you're doing like the card game, right? Like the find the queen, and you're messing with the probability that you could have done that. But that's what your shadow did. So you changed the probability that instead of doing that, you did this.
Right.
So that's kind of what I'm thinking of is if the whole Dunamancy is messing with probabilities, it's almost like you're stealing.
I really like the idea of advantage on sleight of hand checks.
Because sleight of hand is the most roguish specific one that I think is the most usable in various situations.
I would even give it to you in lockpicking for the same reasons.
How would you get advantage though? Because again, this is about how would you get an advantage?
Because
with
if you're looking about probability and you're like trying to find the right, you're trying to hit the right notch, you're trying to do the right thing, you know, if your echo does it this way and it clicks, or if it doesn't, or like I
messing with the probabilities does make sense. So should that be like one of those things where you can use your echo to gain advantage on ability checks equal to your proficiency modifier per day?
I wouldn't say all, because I really don't think it would make sense to get advantage on acrobatics. I don't think it would make sense to get advantage on persuasion. I don't think.
No, you're right. So, but I don't want to say. Well, do we care? I mean, I guess you could just list them out. You could just be like, here.
I think it's. I mean, unless it's more than just those two.
So just advantage on sleight of hand, advantage on
sleight of hand, and using your thieves' tools, and thieves' tools checks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that. Actually, no, that makes more sense because those are very specific to how the rogue would really be utilizing that power. Because again, messing with the probabilities, right? That's really what this is about, and trying to find a better way to let the player decide how they want to play their rogue with still saying that you're going to be able to be a better rogue, regardless of how you're going to use it, right? So I do like that. I really like that we're calling back to all of your previous abilities, making your previous abilities stronger, but also enhancing the control you have over probability, in actuality, right? Because that's what Dunamancy is. And we don't want to forget about that. This isn't about the echo, right? Like we kind of focused on that early on, but we got to remember the echo is just that that potential version of you. So really looking at like being able to change the outcome of things, being able to change the outcome of lock picks and things like that. I like that. I like that idea.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's not uber powerful with everything else you're getting, right? There's not a lot of game breaking mechanics of you being able to use your power. And I feel like there's a lot of times too, we don't see subclasses give options like this for out of combat use. You know what I mean? I think a lot of subclasses focus so much on combat. I think that's a good add-in. Okay, so with that, we're good with level 9 on that one.
I feel like
that's very
just for the whole bit. We have hide, you split movements, dash, you control the direction, disengage, you can proc sneak attack. Additionally, you get advantage on thieves' tools and sleight of hand checks.
Yeah, and then looking at like, okay, so this is the rogue scout, right? So at third level, you're difficult to pin down in a fight. You can move up to half your speed as a reaction when an enemy ends its turn within 5 feet of you. Movement doesn't provoke an opportunity attack. That's similar in the same vein. We can do a lot more because we have all 3 of these, but I get that. So then survivalist at 3rd level. Oh, this one also has another 3rd level. You gain proficiency in nature and survival checks if you don't already have it. Your proficiency bonus is doubled for any ability that you already have. And then superior mobility at level 9, your speed is increased by 10 feet. If you have climb or swimming speed, they also increase as well. So yeah, it's like, that's probably a bad example, but you know, I'm trying to think, what are some other rogue examples? What does the assassin get on?
Assassins feel very underwhelming to me, just in general. I feel like there was a lot of potential there. Because basically you get...
yeah, the false identity was kind of like, it's cool concept, but it's very roleplay heavy.
But for me, it was like, you really only just get auto crit. Like,
yeah, that's a lot of it.
And it's cool, don't get me wrong, but it's only at the beginning of combat. Soul Knife was kind of cool. You get to basically manifest these psychic blades that you get to use to do psychic damage to people. And then... what was the other one? The Phantom one where you got to, that's the one Phantom? The one that I was telling you about where you can do damage to somebody within like a certain feet, Whales from the Grave.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. You can do damage to somebody within a certain distance of your initial target.
First creature. Yeah.
After you did sneak it. And it's up to half your sneak attack die. So it increases as you get higher. So that's kind of cool too.
So yeah, and look at this. I mean, token of the departed. So when a life ends in your presence, you're able to snatch a token from the departed soul, silver of life essence. As a reaction, when the creature you can see dies within 30 feet of you, you can open your hand and cause the trinket to appear. You can have a maximum number of soul trinkets equal to your proficiency bonus. You can use the soul trinkets in the following ways. While it's in your person, you have advantage on death saving throws and constitution saving throws. When you deal sneak attack damage on your turn, you can destroy one of your trinkets that's on your person and then immediately use Wail from the Grave without expending that feature. And then as an action, you can destroy one of your soul trinkets, and no matter where it is, whenever you do so, you can ask the spirit associated with the trinket one question. So a little bit of a combat, and so I like how we did that. We did a little bit of combat, and again, I don't think we really made this uberly powerful. We just, I mean, again, the dash and the advantage on the saving or on the checks, those two things are more role play than they are combat. And then the split movement and proc sneak attack aren't super imbalanced. Like I don't feel like those are really crazy to ask for.
I don't either.
Not at level 9.
Pokeniner suggests Inquisitive as the subclass to look at as a decent example.
Good.
I actually haven't. I'm not super familiar with that one.
I saw that. I just didn't even click on it. Inquisitive. Let's see.
They have a really clear, flavorful identity.
Let's see. So ear of deceit. Archetype at 3rd level, you develop a keen ear for picking out lies. As a bonus action, you can make a perception check to spot a hidden creature or object.
That's cool. So that perception check that I was telling you about, that's normally an action. You can do that as a bonus action.
Awesome. Insightful fighting. As a bonus action, you make wisdom insight against a creature you can see, isn't incapacitated, contest the target's charisma deception check. If you succeed, you can use your sneak attack against that target, even if you don't have advantage. Kind of dope.
That's cool.
And then Steady Eye, 9th level, you gain advantage on perception or investigation checks if you move no more than half your speed on the same turn. Seems kind of weak, but I understand it. 13th, Unerring Eye, your senses are almost impossible to foil. As an action, You sense the presence of illusions. Shape changers not in their original form and other magics designed. Okay. And then 17, eye for weakness. You exploit a creature's weakness by carefully studying the tactics and movements. While your insightful fighting feature applies to a creature, your sneak attack damage against the creature increases by 3d6.
That's wild.
That's cool.
I like that.
Okay, so yeah, so I don't feel like 9 needs anything else. You know what I mean? I think 9's pretty locked in. So we move up to level 13. So this is where I think we were both discussing potentially giving them
The action.
Yeah, the expanding the action. So essentially removing the requirement for cunning action to summon your echo. That's really all I was thinking we can do, because it's quick, it's simple. A lot of the times you kind of get that at the later level, but it's basically saying, hey, all that stuff you can do, now you can do it twice in the turn. You're saying you're essentially saying that you can do it twice on a turn or without cunning action, right? But we want to add in that it can stack.
Yes, that you can do both of them on a single turn. Yeah.
So I think with that,
is there anything else, or are we just trying to? Because I mean, again, you look at some of these, and what's the 9th or what's the 13th? I guess it's a little meatier, but
a lot of them are at this point. A lot of them are just more of like, I feel like around the 9-13 is one of them's just going to kind of be a gimme, like a little bit.
And even to Pokeniner's point, like you do get a lot of other stuff. So like.
That's what I'm just thinking of, just expanding the ability use. So yeah, so we'll just say you can basically use it twice. So 13. Dash I. No cunning action needed. And we could also even say that if you stack it, you can have 2 echoes at the same time. So then we can kind of do what the echo knight thought, have the 2 echoes. I don't know why that would typically be important, because they're both going to go away the next turn. You know what I mean? But essentially, you could disengage and dash, and then leave 2 echoes right next to the
One more time.
Do we want to add for 13? Do we want to add? Not only does it stack, so you can do the cunning action and then this, but do we want to add the language that means 2 echoes will be on the battlefield? Like if you do a cunning action, disengage, and an echo is summoned, and then I dash, do I get a second echo right in that spot to leave 2 echoes next to an enemy? Is there any reason why we should or should not have that at 13 level?
So if I disengage and then dash?
Yeah, because we're saying that right now I can use my cunning action to proc, or a regular action with one of these 3 to proc.
I think it makes more sense for them to be what they initially were. So if I disengage, it's engaged with you. But if I dash, it's specifically to confuse, because it might not be that person anymore.
So I guess what I was saying is, like, if I disengage with my cunning action and then use my dash action, are 2 echoes on the field. Is one running and one stationary?
Yes.
Okay, so this.
Yes.
So that stack include, so can stack. Stack is probably not right. There's no connection needed. Perfect. It should be. So you can summon an echo with these 3 out. Cunning action. And how we just say. Oh, here we go. We have max. Because if you say a max of 2 echoes, it tells people that if I do 2 in a row, they're gonna proc, right? But if I want to burn my cunning action at the start of my next turn, only one's gonna stay up. So if I do another one of these, so it's basically saying you can't have more than 2 echoes on the battlefield, right? So
True.
At the same time, or if you're keeping one up, only one other's gonna stay up, right? Like it's that whole idea of we just lock it into, yes, there are 2 echoes on the battlefield, but that's it.
Yeah.
And it's gonna be one of those 3. And that feels good because, like you said, it's not like they're all doing the same thing. If I disengage, that one's going to do what it's going to do with the disengage. It's going to attack that one enemy. And then if I dash, that one's just going to run across the battlefield. It's not going to do anything. I mean, the best case scenario in that case, because at this point you can control the dash action, you could force your avatar to run past an enemy and proc an opportunity attack to burn its reaction.
I would say that the one exception for that would be
that's why I didn't like the idea of controlling the dash early on, because technically that means that you could proc opportunity attacks across multiple enemies. Maybe I didn't think about that, but maybe there was a reason why I didn't like that idea.
I will say I kind of like the idea of, specifically if I use dash and then hide, I would love the ability to have the echo that appears from hide be at the same location or replace the echo that was running. Does that kind of make sense? So it's like, okay, if I dash and they run this direction, I'd love my hidden echo to show up over here. So they followed it over here. Although if both of us are on the field, actually, no, I'm wrong. I don't want that. I do. So if we split, they're still watching both of us run.
And then you hide, but one of you is.
And then this is the other echo, and then this is the.
And then you're hot, and then you're hidden.
Yeah.
And even if they know better,
and then that one disappears.
But here's the funny part: even if they know better, even if they know both of those are echoes, which one was you first? When you split and then hid, they now see two echoes. But what they didn't see is which one was you.
Mm-hmm.
Which one hid?
And
so
if you hide at this point in time, you have the ability to move. You
can still move with your echo, and then you can move that echo. So that echo can technically still run for 15 feet.
Yep.
You can make it look like it's still dashing. So yeah, I think there's a lot more interplay.
No. I think that's good. I
do think that you can have a max of 2 echoes at any given time, and again, they're only going to last till the start of your next turn unless you burn your cunning action. And then again, you're going to keep one up, the other's going to go away, and then if you do your hide, dash, or disengage regular action, you're still only going to get a second echo.
Yeah.
And then again, at the next turn, they're both going to go away unless you burn the cunning act. So I like that just by saying there's a max of 2, it just kind of clears up any confusion.
Sure.
And I really don't think it's just telling us that we can do the same things. It's not adding a new ability. It's just doing the same abilities more. And that kind of feels like what a lot of the subclasses will end up doing for you, is kind of just giving you more control over what you can already do.
I like it.
So that leaves us with our capstone of level 17.
Okay.
So let's look at, because we know that the Echo Knights capstone is an additional one, but because ours doesn't last very long, it's fine to have it as a secondary. But let's look at, I want to kind of just pull up all of the rogues real quick, and I want to see like
what their capstones give you.
Yeah, let's just look at what do we feel is the best and worst capstone for each of the subclasses, and then we can kind of judge what a real rogue capstone should look like. Because I think that's where I'm at right now, is I don't really know. So Arcane Trickster, your capstone is Spell Thief. You gain the ability to magically steal the knowledge of how to cast a spell from another spellcaster. I love that one. I've always liked that one.
That's very cool.
I would definitely put on the higher tier of rogue capstones.
Okay.
The Assassin, become a master of death. When you attack and hit a creature that is surprised, it must make a Constitution saving throw. DC 8 plus your Dex plus your proficiency. On failed, double the damage of your attack against a creature. So it's kind of
which just helps you kill them right away.
And it's almost like another way to crit. You know what I mean? It's like an advanced crit.
Yeah.
But I definitely get it.
Because if you crit, if it's already an automatic crit, then you're doubling your crit.
Yes.
And so it's just doing massive damage.
And you get the Assassinate, which is already going to make it a critical hit. So it's like, it's just kind of doubling down.
So you're gonna double your crit damage. Yeah, exactly.
Which is already going to double you unless you take another like alternative. Okay, so that one doesn't feel too bad. Eye for weakness, this one is your sneak attack gets 3d6 as long as your insightful fighting feature applies to the creature. Soul of Deceit. Your thoughts can't be read by telepathic means unless you allow it. You can persist false thoughts. Additionally, no matter what you say, magic that would determine if you're telling the truth indicates you are telling the truth. So this one's just more.
So you can get rid of, or you can overcome the zone of truth.
Yeah.
Wild.
So, but that's for a capstone. That's
I mean,
nice, but that's all non-combat. You know, that's very that's very outside of combat. So I would put that on the lower end. I like it. I'm just saying I put it on the lower end of power.
For sure.
Death's friend. Your association with this has become so close that you gain the following benefits. When you use your whale from the grave, you can now deal necrotic damage to both the first and second creature. The end of a long rest, soul trinket appears in your hand if you don't have any soul trinkets, as the spirit of the dead are drawn to you. So you basically just, get a free burn token.
Sure.
That's actually not too bad. Again, probably on the mid. That would be the mid range, I would say. It's very good for the class itself, though. It's a very good capstone.
Yeah.
Specifically for that class, but it's not overly
It's okay.
good itself. Sudden strike. You can strike with deadly speed. If you take the attack action on your turn, you can make one additional attack as a bonus action. This attack can benefit from your sneak attack even if you've already used it that turn, but you can't use your sneak attack against the same target more than once in a turn. That makes me wonder if it would be...
I agree. I kind of think
like give the echoes the ability to do sneak attack and not burn your sneak attack.
Yes.
So if you do the disengage, you can use your echo to sneak attack, and then your echo could then, during its opportunity attack, also get sneak attack.
But would that only be viable? Because I would want to make that usable on any of the times that I manifest it.
Yeah, but so far what we've basically said is those other two, the dash and the hide, they're not there for attacking.
True.
Only the disengage.
But imagine if specifically using this feature, you could have, how you don't reveal yourself when you're hidden? It's because it looks like your echo is firing.
Mm-hmm.
So specifically one time, it could actually fire. So specifically for the hidden one, you could use it for that, and you could use it for, granted, you could already use it for the other one, but that one uses your sneak attack. This one's not using your sneak attack.
So since this is our capstone, throwing this out there, what if, and because I know that we're going with rogue, they're not typically attackers, but because at this point you can have up to 2 echoes on the battlefield, what if, would it be too much to give each echo its own attack? Like if it can attack, it will. Now that would be too difficult, because then it depends on what weapon you're carrying, and there'd be too much logistics there. I think we're getting close. I think we're getting close to possibly sneak attack, possibly another attack. I like this idea. Soul Knife, Rend Mind. You can sweep your psychic blade directly through a creature's mind. When you use your psychic blades to deal sneak attack damage to a creature, you can force that creature to make a wisdom saving throw. If the save fails, the target is stunned for 1 minute. The stunned target can repeat the saving throw at the end of each of its turns. Once you use this feature, you can't do so again. So this one, sneak attack to a creature, you force the creature to make a saving throw. If it fails, the target is stunned for a minute.
Have an idea, but I don't know how I feel about it yet.
I'm trying. I have a couple, because I don't want to make it like uber powerful, but I do want to feel like we've come to a conclusion. I feel like we haven't finished whatever this is yet. You know what I mean? I want to just kind of come to a final, this feels good, start to finish, I get what I'm doing now. So I feel at this point we've gotten a lot of good stuff, but I just don't feel like we're done. So Master Duelist, the Mastery of the Blade lets you turn failed successes in success in combat. If you miss with an attack roll, you can re-roll again with advantage. Once you do so, you can't use this again until the next turn.
So let me tell you my idea, and let me know what you think. This is slightly different than anything we've heard, but this is kind of what popped into my mind. I don't know how many, and maybe that'll be the balancing act, but I like the idea of when you hit a creature with sneak attack, when you successfully sneak attack a creature, instantly, like, I would say like 3 duplicates appear around them and maybe just all attack once before disappearing. Like something as simple as that.
Or so what if it's your, so at 17th level, whenever you sneak attack, any avatar on the field also attacks with you. So essentially you basically say you can get an extra 1d6 of damage for every echo on the battlefield. So essentially it's like you're all attacking at once, right? It's like you go to do the sneak attack, but the other 2 are also sneaking.
I mean, that would almost be akin to the one that gives you the extra 3d6.
Right? Where was that one at?
That's the eye for weakness, inquisitive. So imagine basically.
Oh yeah, your sneak attack against that creature increases by 3d6, so this could increase by 2d6 based on or 1d6 per echo that's out. Or
I mean, I'd even say 2d6 per just because
3d6
feels low. Like depending on how much you're gonna get to use this. Like when does that recharge? How often can you use that?
When you learn to exploit a creature's weakness, so in tactics, while using insightful fighting feature applies to a creature. So it's only to certain creatures that have that feature applied, which is an insightful fighting. You gain the ability to decipher an opponent's tactics. As a bonus action, you make a wisdom check or an insight check against a creature. So you have to make a check against a creature, and then once you have, then you can.
But you could theoretically always have this up.
Yeah.
Theoretically. So with that being the case, in every sneak attack, so potentially every turn doing an additional 3d6, what if
we say sneak attack on ranged only then? Because then it doesn't make sense if you have two avatars far away and then you sneak attack with a melee attack, how did they add that damage, right? But what if we just said that if you sneak attack with ranged, you get to add 2d6 per echo because you're all basically doing a ranged attack? Is that kind of like, because I don't want to make it too limiting, but at the same time, you got to make it make sense, right? Like if I have an echo 30 feet away from me because I did the dash action, why is that helping me attack way over here?
Well, again, it's not helping you attack. It's like they're doing their own damage, right? So
well, yeah. So how is it like if I'm going to stab him, but he has my same weapon, how is he adding his stab damage across the battlefield? Whereas if it's ranged attack, you can make sense that they're all just basically shooting the same target, right? So that's what I was trying to say is like, how do we make sure that the sneak attack makes sense? I did kind of like your idea though, that you could just manifest, you can manifest your echoes next to him.
Yeah, like, I don't know, again, how often you could do it or whatever, but you just manifest a number of echoes next to him and they all just pile on or something like that. They all do additional damage, you know, just something to kind of like, oh, thank you. Just something to kind of add a little bit to it.
Because I really do feel like most of these capstones are kind of weak. So what does the main rogue give us? Let's look at the main rogue. Why is it feeling weak? Because that's the other thing, right? Like, why is this feeling weak? So
remember, this is at 17th level.
Yeah, so at 15th, we got the proficiency in wisdom saving throws. At 18th, we are
elusive.
You have no advantage against you. And then at 20th level, right after this, you just stop missing. Right? You stop missing and get bonuses on intelligence. So we already know that not missing is going to be huge for this. So we don't really need to make hitting easier. Right? I feel like that's already going to get covered by rogue. Elusive, you already can't have advantage on you, so we don't need to include any additional defenses.
Yeah.
So it really sounds like the best way to go with this, if we're not going to go out of combat benefit, is damage. It's either it has to do more damage or it has to be an out of combat benefit.
I definitely feel like an out of combat benefit with what we've built so far would feel underwhelming.
I do too, especially at the near capstone of a subclass. I feel like, because I mean, what would you be able to do other than wait a minute. How would this work? No, it won't. No, it doesn't. That would work for probably like Barbarian or something. I was thinking like a capstone of being able to turn your manifest like into a copy of you for a round or something. But based on this, it sounds cool, but based on what we have going, it really wouldn't enhance any of this. It wouldn't change how any of this works outside of it's obvious that there's two of you instead of a shadow of you, but that's not where we're going with this. I think the Barbarian could be interesting to make an echo that's equal to him. But okay, so I think, yeah, it either has to be a very substantial out of combat benefit, and I don't know what that benefit would be, or it has to do damage, or we have to revert back to what the Echo Knight did and give it health. Like some temporary health or something.
But even kind of out of nowhere,
I don't really
given
want to do that. Like I don't really. So let me actually real quick. Let's look up the other two Dunamancy classes, because we know
the wizard ones.
Yes, because we've already looked at the Barbarian. The Barbarian didn't really help us out, but let's kind of get an idea of what he wanted to do with these guys because
we are still talking about fragments of possibility.
right. So we have chronal shift, twice per long rest. You can use a reaction to force a creature within 30 feet to re-roll an ability check. Adds intelligence modifier to initiative rolls. Rest, you can force a large or smaller creature to make a constitution saving throw. On the failed, the target is incapacitated. And cast spell of 4th level or lower and freeze it in, okay, and then use their reaction to take a level of exhaustion to force a creature within 60 feet of either barely succeed or barely fail. Exhaustion taken. Barely succeed or barely fail. Interesting. Okay, so that's kind of okay. Oh, here we go. Because we're being more of we're not really being an attacker with this, right? We're kind of being it's more defense than anything else.
Sure.
What if the capstone was maybe too weak, but what if the capstone was whenever you are the victim of a crit, you can swap places with an active echo, or if no echo is active, you can manifest one and move yourself 30 feet. So essentially, it's kind of like you already don't get advantage, right? Like Rogue already makes sure you can't get advantage, but basically this capstone would basically mean you can't crit me. If you ever crit me, I'm gonna replace myself with an echo, and it's not gonna
I would say if we're gonna do that, we need to limit it.
Yes, I agree. But I do like the idea of what if the capstone wasn't us doing more damage, but because I'm reading some of these and it's like it definitely feels like with the potential, right? It's like we haven't really dipped into that as much.
Yeah.
So I do like the idea of being able to.
I like the idea because we were talking about potentially teleporting, and I think this is a good way to implement that. So if you have it, like, I don't know exactly how it would work, like, because if you're hidden, like that wouldn't really. But if they happen to hit you for whatever reason after you've done the dash action and you have an echo up or something like that, if they happen to hit you and they have, like, although they would have to, because they have disadvantage, they would have to roll 2 20s.
That is true, because
they would have to roll
they
2
can never
20s.
have advantage. Yeah, that might be too situational. But you know what I'm saying? It's like I'm wondering if we could do. How else would you justify the post preparations? The Echo Stalker can use its echo to build one trap he has in his inventory.
Interesting. I feel like traps are not as prevalent as I feel like they could be in D&D just in general. Maybe that's its own topic idea.
No, that.
Can we do anything with like bait? Can we do anything with like using a duplicate as like bait or something like that?
I mean, we kind of do with the dash. I was almost wondering, like, so this might sound convoluted, but just try to hear me out. At 17th level, if you have not used cunning action this turn and you are brought to 0 hit points, an echo will manifest and stabilize you. Like, you could use that reaction to manifest it and I mean, maybe that might be too much because it's kind of like avoiding saving throws.
I would say instead, if we're talking about that, I would prefer to replace the damage that would have brought you to 0, give it to the echo instead. Like, basically, like, avoid that damaging blow.
So at 17th level, if you have an echo on the battlefield and you were to be brought to 0 hit points, you can be brought to 1 instead at the sacrifice of an echo. If you haven't used your. I would just say, like, I like that. Just as long as one's on the battlefield and you were to be taken to 0 hit points, you swap places with it. So how about that?
Yeah.
So instead, because that way it's like, so you don't have to be brought to 1 hit point, because that always sucks. To be honest, I kind of hate that mechanic a little bit, where it's like if you're brought to 0, you're brought to 1 instead. It's like, What are you doing for me? No health potion benefits me immediately after that happening. I'm basically dead anyway. So if an attack were to bring you to 0 hit points, you can choose to swap places with an echo.
I'll say, what if that echo was used after disengaged and it's in melee with somebody else?
But I mean, it's a capstone. I kind of feel like it doesn't matter. As long as you have an echo, you just go there. Now, granted, that's your choice. If that's the one you swap places with, you're in no better of a situation.
True. But you're at the very least likely to have potentially 2 on the battlefield. So if like you might have an option of where you go.
And if you haven't taken any of your actions that round, you do that, you still have your cunning action to then disengage.
Right, but usually that'll be on somebody else's turn, not yours.
Oh yeah, true.
Unless they're using a reaction.
So does that work? As long as there's one on the battlefield and you were to be brought to 0 hit points, you will swap places with one of your choice instead? And this gives you an incentive to keep one on the battlefield longer.
I still feel like it should be limited. On like how many times you could do that. Because otherwise you might never go down. Right? And it's only at 17th level.
What if it's only once per combat?
How are we?
So if it's the first time you were to be brought to 0, you can swap places. So it's only a one-time deal. Because I don't like on a long rest, short rest. I kind of like, because again, you're dealing with probabilities, right? So it's kind of like one of those, you only get one chance to do this. You only get that one chance to succeed. And once you burn that probability, it's not like there's infinite number of probabilities that helped you.
Yeah, but then it should be once a day. Unless you're trying to...
I kind of like the ones of combat, because again, it's the probability of that enemy. Like you're taking the possibility.
In 5th edition, there's nothing...
There's no combat orientation.
There's no, it's not like an encounter power.
So like short rest. Then it would probably be a short, because that's the most common way to do it in between encounters is a short rest.
Yeah.
I would say, yeah, just if it's the first time you were to be brought to 0 hit points in battle, you can swap with an echo of your choice, and you can do this once per long rest. Or, you can get the ability back per long rest. Because it's basically a get out of jail free card once. That's a pretty good capstone for a rogue, I think. Just an automatic get out of death free card one time per short rest, I think works. Because again, you have to be pretty low or up against something that can damage you that much.
I will say it, and again, this is just per standard. It's very rare for a capstone ability to come back on a short rest. Like, I don't think I've ever seen it. I don't mind it. I don't mind it. If we do it a long rest, I wouldn't mind proficiency. Well, proficiency modifier gets up to 6, so that could be a lot.
That's a whole battle. Like you basically won't go down in a battle. But then you're right. Just a one-time not going down to 0 isn't enough for a whole day, but it's a capstone, so you're right. It's not great to go on a short rest.
Maybe it has to do with a what do you call it? Yeah, one of your stats, because a lot of the times you can do something intelligence modifier number of times. So what if it was like, I don't know, not dexterity modifier number of times, but like
a number equal to a modifier.
Yeah, instead of your proficiency bonus, because those are likely never get higher than 5 unless you're doing something crazy.
Okay. So starting at level 17, if you were to be brought to 0, you can use an echo to take the damage instead.
Swap with the echo.
If you were to use an echo in this way, you cannot resummon that echo until a long rest, because you only have a max of 2 echoes. So we essentially say if you burn one of your echoes doing this, you only
kill that echo,
and you can only have 1 echo on the battlefield. So we have a max of 2 echoes, but if you use
theoretically, if you did it twice, you have no echoes anymore.
So you can get out of death twice, but you have to give up the one ability that got you out of death.
I like that. Because it's a big get, but it's also a big cost.
And you get it twice. So that first one isn't as bad, but that second time, it's like if you're pressing fate twice, you're losing the one big. And again, it's still a rogue. You're still getting all the other things a rogue gets.
Everything
you're just
else is still there. Yeah.
And this isn't uncommon. We've seen this in other abilities that, like sorcerer, you can burn all your sorcery points, but if you don't have sorcery points, you're not a sorcerer anymore, right? Like there's other classes that we've seen that burn their own ability to get their capstone. And again, when we're talking about defensive, being able to just not die Like, again, we're not saying you're gonna take less damage. You are just not taking that damage that would have killed you. That could be anything from the very first attack out the gate. Like, imagine that. You go to BBEG, he does like a power word kill or a big AoE, and you're like, nah, I'm good for the rest of the battle.
Actually, that would be a wild way, because if you word this right, any attack that would take you to 0 hit points,
Gone.
power word kill takes you to 0 hit points. Most times, power word kill bypasses all kinds of
But
shit.
not this one. This one, technically, rules as written, we could make it to where this bypasses power word kill, which could be fucking intense if you think about that. Power word kill from like, and like they know like what you guys are, and it's like, I hate thieves. Power word, and you're just like, what was that? I'm sorry. You're like, just the psychologicalness of
like
you're
the
not
idea
magic.
They say power word kill to you, and you even have your echo like fall down and feign dead, and you're like, but then he's like,
But you're
standing
like, I'm
right
sorry?
over there in the shadows, just freaking.
Or like it hits you and you're like, why aren't you dead? And then you step aside and then there's just the gray image that then falls because you're like, oh, you hit him. What do you think? Like, is this the way to go? You can so because we know that you can have a max of 2 echoes, and I know that was meant to say on the battlefield at one time, but that basically could mean that we could say you can sacrifice an echo until a long rest.
I do like that. I do like that. I think that is
What do y'all think, chat?
a very cool option.
How do you guys feel for that being a capstone? For a rogue capstone, being able to essentially burn your ability in order to save yourself. I think that that's the right balance to do. I don't think, because again, we're not very combat oriented, so I don't really like the idea of just doing more damage. There's not a whole lot more we can do because we focused the use of the echo so much on the rogue abilities that I don't really want to add in like the fighter mentality of you can control it and it's another fighter on the battlefield, right? But it's not about magic. It's not about fighting control. It's not about damage. It's not about movement. This is all about you defending yourself and being able to, well, it's about movement, but it's more about defending yourself while moving. And I really do think that being able to do that. Now, do we need to add in the verbiage that says it has to be an echo that's currently manifested? Or if there's no echo, you can make one appear and appear 30 feet away? Do we want that or not?
Yes, I definitely want that.
Okay.
I definitely want that.
You replace yourself with one echo of your choosing. If no echoes are on the battlefield, you appear up to 30 feet away. You replace yourself and appear up to 30 feet away. So it's like a one-time teleport. You basically just get to use the probability that you should have been over there.
I was thinking 15 feet, but I don't think I'm at 30 feet either.
I'm thinking for AoE attacks. Mainly because of AoE attacks, I really want to make sure you get this is the capstone. I want to make sure this capstone's worth it.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Okay.
So 17, you can so at level 17, if taken to 0 HP, you can swap with an echo. Boom, you can swap with an echo of choice. So if you were to take damage that would take you to 0 HP, you swap with an echo of your choice. You don't take it. Equal. If no echo. If no echo. Here. Same thing, you make an echo here, you just appear away. And when used, lose that echo until lost. So this is so just to kind of perfect this is because we didn't say earlier that you had a max on the battlefield at the time. It's essentially that you just had a max of 2. This is the only way that you can actually destroy them. The other ones just disappear when they get hit because they're only 1 hit point, but this is the thing that will actually destroy it. I like that. I really like that. I think that from start to finish makes you really understand that, yes, yes, it is very... I would say it's very focused because this is all about your cunning action, right? But what is a rogue outside of that cunning action? Like that's already what a rogue is all about, is being able to use these things as a bonus, being able to get around the battlefield and hide and disengage and get away from enemies and have advantage on attacks. And I really do think that this kind of falls right in line with that. It's more like this isn't so much a new type of rogue as it is an enhanced rogue. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It's much more of an enhancement because it's not like it's trying to make it a specialty where it has its own unique set of skills. This is just a rogue that's like, I'm using the probability to my advantage that my abilities are now heightened in all possible senses. I can confuse people when I run. I can hide and people can have no idea where I'm at and think I'm somewhere else.
This very much feels like how a rogue would use Dunamancy. This very much feels like, hey, this is me trying to do my things here and back and forth and all of the above. So I very much like the direction that it feels like it's going.
And I feel like now that I've seen it, I feel like Echo Stalker it's not the best name, but I do think it fits. Because all of this is all about basically me disappearing and you not knowing where I'm at. So the closer I get to you, the less you know where I am.
So here's what I have so far. We have Cunning Echo. 9th level I have Echo Control. 13th level I have Multi Echo. I don't know how I feel about that. But then the last one I have Echo of Death. Right?
Oh,
you know.
Interesting. Yeah. I mean, we could definitely. I think the names could be because I love
just for
Cunning
now.
Echo. I love Cunning Echo because again, it's all about the cunning action. The control part. So with this one, realistically, yeah, you're getting like decisive control. You're able to use it more profoundly. Echolocation would just be the wrong.
Yes, a little bit. Oh, I do feel like that would be a cool name or something.
Yeah.
Soul and Hoylepa made it back.
We could just like moving echo.
Echo movement.
Echo movement. Doppler, because the Doppler effect, because it's an echo. I don't know. I mean, echo control is kind of just what it is. What'd you say was 13th?
13th I have down as
actually
multi echo.
9th should just be control echo, not echo control, but control echo.
Okay.
That sounds a little bit better.
Swap them around.
And then 13th, I was trying to figure out how we could like bring it from Cunning Echo and then upgrade that, right? But like, how do you really like Cunning Echo made sense because it's for cunning action, but this one's just all of the actions and and your ability to have more than one.
That's kind of the direction I went with. It's like you're having more than one.
And I was trying to think of like reverb or like dual echo. Ooh, dueling echoes.
Dueling echoes, like plural,
or just dual echoes. Like I'm just trying to think of like something that just. I always like names that don't just tell you what it is, but like have something to it. Echo pair or no, because it should really like be more named towards the fact that you have more actions that you can do, right? Like it should be more about the fact that we're removing the cunning action, I think is where I'm having a hard time with it. Yeah, control echo, multi echo, and then what if echo of death? It's a little misleading.
What's that?
Echo of death. It's a little misleading, but like
I mean that's what I had for the last one.
Oh, it's echo of death.
Yeah.
Or what about sacrificial echo?
Sure.
Or sacrifice echo, because that's really what you're doing.
Sacrifice echo.
Like sacrifice, and then it really telling you that you're burning an echo. So we have control echo, multi echo, and then sacrifice echo. So yeah, so cunning echo, control echo, multi echo, sacrifice echo. That kind of sounds right. You know what I mean? Like it sounds like what you're doing with them. And it helps the naming scheme kind of just stick.
Okay. Multi echo, and then.
All right, I'm super interested in this. What do you guys think? Chat, let us know what y'all. I mean, I know you probably can't see it great on the on my whiteboard there about what we wrote down. But yeah, I find this pretty fascinating. I think that this subclass has a place. And again, I'm trying to do this not just from a point of view of making a ideal rogue subclass, but again, the mindset is imagine you had a party who all wanted to come from like, you know, the same hometown, right? Like you wanted to have that kind of background.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say they all came from the background of this location, right? The dynasty that the Genomancy came from. The idea that all of these people would be able to leave that with different specialties orienting around the same powers is kind of my goal. It's not to make a brand new subclass that's similar to, but I really want to make this to where if I saw this next to an Echo Knight, not only do I want it to make sense, but I don't want them to be like, you're basically the same character, you're just calling yourself a rogue. I really want to see like, oh, not only do you guys come from the same place and the same power, but you guys learn to use it differently. You're manifesting an echo that stays on the battlefield, and you're just manifesting one that gets you out of a situation. Though, like, and then again, you feel like the wizards, their power is manipulating those things, right? So it's like, I want to feel like if you made a whole party of echoes, I really want it to feel like each one is bringing its own unique approach to the ability to the table. And I think that's what we've done here. I really feel like this is not another Echo Knight. This is, you could put this next to an Echo Knight and an Echo, like Echo Stalker, Echo Knight on the same team, and this would be really fun. Because then imagine, like, we said that you could proc, like sneak attack, with that, right? But it's like, if that technically means that, then anything else that requires like an enemy or an ally nearby, technically that would proc. So if you have the Echo Knight and your Echo is near the enemy, that may be help them.
I'd actually be interested because that probably already exists. It's like, there's probably already a question out there. Does the Echo from Echo Knight proc a rogue's sneak attack?
Right? And so it's like, these are those things where it's like, that could be so fascinating to build upon that, right? And then have each class be able to have, because again, the wizards don't look like they have echoes that they manifest, right? They're just dealing with the magic side. So it's kind of, it's nice that not everyone would have a manifestation. I don't want the whole battlefield 3 times the amount of the party, right? I don't want the party each having 2 other controls.
And that's why I kind of like the fact that we didn't end up keeping this echo on the field. And it's like,
I really think that was the clinch to make sure level 3 works, is killing it at the start of your next turn.
Yeah.
Because again, it makes, you made a really good point about a smart character will not continue. Like the biggest issue wasn't that the power didn't make sense. It was the continued use. If the echo stays on the battlefield, why do I think it's a threat? Why do I want to put my attention to it? But if it's only there long enough to distract me to not see what happened to you, and then it disappears, to me, it's no different than you just using invisibility. You just disappeared for all I know. And I do kind of think that that's better. It gets what I wanted out of it, which is pulling out the rogue enhancements. But it really does make more lore sense that it's only in the moment that you're just like, oh, wait, what happened? Oh, I thought you ran that way. Now that's gone. I look back to where you were. You're not there. What the fuck? Like, I that makes a lot more sense. I feel like no one's going to argue with lore about why the super smart guy, because again, we're talking about 6 seconds and one guy turned into 2 running. In 6 seconds, you're not going to formulate what happened, have a plan, and decide, I'm only going after you.
You're just going to turn and shoot at one.
Yeah. And then after they're all gone, then you have to figure out, well, which one was the real one? Which one, like, yeah, I like that. I think your argument makes so much more sense. I do like the idea that you can keep an echo on the battlefield, and the only time you're really going to use that, yeah, you could use it as dash to make it look like it's still running away. That could be beneficial, for role play. The disengage action, keeping it up to continue proccing opportunity attacks could be a benefit. But the hide, being able to just keep it up so you're constantly getting sneak attacks.
That's honestly one of my favorites. I really like that you brought that one.
I think that's going to be clutch. I think that right there is, to me, that is the purpose of the Echo Stalker. The others are
enhancements.
benefits. They're just knock-on benefits, because the whole point, and if you really think about it, an Echo Stalker starting out as a rogue, that would have been the first thing they want to do, is like, you can manifest this like warrior. Well, how can I manifest one to help me run away? How can I manifest one so you don't see me disappear? That would have been the first thing I think a rogue would try to do. And then they realize, wait a minute, if I can proc this when I hide, but what happens when I run away? Oh, it runs again, it runs the opposite direction. Oh, what happens if I need to get away from an enemy? Instead of it running away, can I just drop it? Because disengage and dash are the same exact ability. One's just moving it as a mirror image of you, and one's staying still.
Right.
Because it's just you moving and leaving something behind. I mean, they're all three doing the same thing, but I really do like that they don't feel the same.
Yes, very much so.
I like that one's full on defense, one's full on stealth, and one's full on attack. Like,
yeah,
they really separate. I mean, hide is stealth and attack, but that's the whole point of a rogue. And then level 9, controlling the Echo, being able to move the Echo that you hide, I think is kind of cool, just because then it helps with the ideology that if it's going to stay up, I mean, I think that's more role play.
Sure.
To have it move.
I mean, yes,
but like you said, to distract and to lure someone. Like if you have an enemy that's dumb and just attacking the nearest thing, being able to move it and lure something away from you while you're hiding in shadows is also a benefit, right? So I do think that there's more than lore there, or more than role play, but I don't think it's so combat oriented that DMs are going to be worried about it. The dash, being able to choose the direction, I think you had a perfect choice. I know that you wanted it a little bit earlier, but I think level 9's a good compromise.
It works. It works where it's at, and even if it was just like we'll say a shadowed direction, I feel like at the very least in the beginning that makes a lot of sense. A very basic version of it. You're already spending all of your effort trying to go this direction, and so now it's just
and have an Echo do something. And then disengage. I like that we kept disengage simple. It doesn't do anything else, but helps you proc. So instead of disengaging like you would normally do before level 9, you would disengage to leave the enemy's area. Now you can disengage just to step to the side, and now I have sneak attack. I got an enemy. Like, I really like that you can use disengage in 2 different ways now. Like, it's fascinating.
To be honest, when you take the disengage action, you do not proc opportunity attacks for the rest of your turn. So if I bonus action disengage, move 5 feet to the side, attack you in a melee, like say like I want to use like my rapier or whatever,
right,
get my sneak attack and then run away, I'm still Gucci.
Yep. And any other enemy isn't going to hit you.
Exactly.
Yeah. So
exactly.
I think that I think we nailed it on that one. And then having advantage on sleight of hand and thieves tools.
Yeah,
I think that's good, because
I think that's a really nice quality of life bonus
probability aspect, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then being able to have multi echo, being able to essentially use the echo powers outside of cunning action. So if you've already burnt a bonus action, you can't use cunning action, you can still benefit from this stuff. But then being able to double down and have 2 echoes out and have up to a maximum 2 echoes, I think that's fucking cool. Especially because you can keep one up and then keep reusing another one. So you can have one up and doing something, and then you can keep like taking a hide action or whatever. Like you can keep having one proc across the battlefield while one's just being distracting. I think that's really cool. And our capstone, just 2 get out of jail free cards. What rogue wouldn't want that? What rogue wouldn't want to just be like, I just don't want to die right now? Twice. That's it. Just twice on a long rest. So it's not like it's all day. It's not like it's battle after battle. But again, having to choose between your ability and your life.
Yeah.
And again, we're basically saying you were going to die. You were going to die, and you changed probability so much. Like you reached into the Dunamancy plane and you pulled out so much probability that you've tapped yourself. You've gotten rid of your ability to keep tapping. And if you do it twice, you don't have luck anymore. Your whole aspect of being able to change the probability of the world is gone, because you've literally changed it so much. You've just tapped your reservoir, and it's almost like you don't have it in you.
I'm not mad at it at all.
Changing probability. Or you could even argue there's only so much probability in a day, right? Like you have fate, you have destiny, but there's only so many things that add up to probability chance. So maybe it's more of a pool. Maybe when you do this, there's just no probability left in the day. The rest of the day is now going to happen as it's going to happen. There are no second chances because you've used up all of the potential and now you've locked yourself in, kind of like quantum wise, right? You've locked yourself into this time space continuum. You've gotten rid of any chances, because the chances, those potentials, are gone now. You've used up that pool of potential for today, and you don't get that back in your life stream for a full rest. So you can lore wise it. I think you can make it still make sense no matter how you wanted to approach it lore wise. But I think having a max of 2 is the clinch,
Out of
because
curiosity,
it helps take away your power.
when you lose one, does that mean you can only use cunning action, or you can still choose cunning? Or
I still think you can use cunning action or your main action to proc it, but you can't do both. If you used your cunning action to disengage and proc, and then you use dash as a regular action, you're not procking a second one. That's the part.
But if I use my cunning action to disengage and don't proc, and then hide, I can proc then.
Yes, 100%. You've lost one of your echoes.
And to be honest, if you're using both of your actions, action and bonus, it really doesn't matter which one is bonus and which one is main. So
I don't care.
It's lightweight around.
I don't care which one you proc on, but I do believe that you just burn your max. So that is it, ladies and gentlemen. That is our version.
That was good.
That
was very good.
Echo Stalker. So Kage actually has a template. He's been putting this together as we've been talking. Hopefully he'll have this.
I needed to fix a lot of wording, but outside of that, I'm good to go, man.
Yeah, we'll definitely post this. Today, I keep saying tomorrow. I will today or tomorrow. I will get I have to just decide. I just haven't decided how I want to have a channel that holds all of this.
Sure.
I thought about having one for pop culture builds. I thought about having one for just this, and I'm like, that's going to be just so many channels. I think there's just going to be one where it's High Point Homebrew or Misfit Gamers Homebrew, where what we build goes in that channel. I think we'll just do that.
I think there's a way to do that.
And you said about the webhooks, we could just title the webhook, this is the pop culture build for Shazam. This is the subletting subclass.
I can even put an initial webhook that kind of explains that.
Yes. And kind of like how we have in the community stream.
Yes. So initial hook that explains that. It'll explain what each one of the individual things are doing. It'll explain the difference between pop culture build and a subletting subclass. And then it'll go into later, it'll just be the list of the stuff, and then you can see the little thing. So
you know what I'm really happy with, by the way, something that we didn't mention at all during this whole thing, and we mentioned it briefly in the very beginning, and I am absolutely thrilled. We're both happy with this. Like, as much as we hate the 3 to level 9, like, this feels fine to both of us.
Yeah.
Not to talk ourselves up, but we're okay with this. I'm very surprised how okay with this I am, because I was so expecting to feel like we needed
more,
something between 3 and 9. I could easily add something at level 5 or 7.
I think it's specifically because of how well we did with our level 3 ability.
It's that it feels so usable up until level 9 that, and again, with all the other stuff you're going to use, again, this is not a specialized new type of rogue. This is an enhanced rogue. This is a rogue on steroids. This is a rogue that does rogue better than any other rogue. You know what I mean? Like,
it's the roguiest of rogues.
Yeah, it's the roguiest of rogues that ever rogued. And that's kind of how I feel about it. And I just wanted to point that out, that I am very pleasantly surprised that we were able to come up with something and didn't have to feel like we had to destroy the template, because I honestly was afraid that we were not going to come up with something that we felt was good.
I genuinely thought we were going to have some other pieces that we were going to put in like a tertiary build. Like I even have in my little template, additional feature. They're empty.
I was absolutely expecting it too. But now that I'm looking at this, I'm like, again, you know what it is though? I keep saying it, but I know exactly why.
I'm going to be right back.
It's because we're focusing on just being a rogue. If this were focusing at all on being something that's rogue-ish, right? If like we wanted to make a subclass that did more than just be a rogue, if we made a subclass that, again, if we try to mirror what Echo Knight could do, if we try to make a fighting type rogue, we would have needed more abilities. If we needed a magic type rogue, like was mentioned in chat, where we were just creating another arcane trickster, we probably would have needed more. If we were trying to do anything that is rogue-like, but not within the core mindset of a rogue, I think this would not have been enough. But the simple fact that all we did was take what a rogue can do and say, here's your chance to use Dunamancy to have better outcomes for your abilities and to somewhat take away the abilities of the enemy. I think this is it. I mean, again, my goal with this, my ultimate desire was with subletting subclasses specifically, this whole series, is to not just create new subclasses. I mean, we could just do that whenever we wanted, right? We could just take a subclass and be like, I want to make this now. But that's not what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to make subclasses that lore-wise, in-game lore-wise, campaign-wise, and even build-wise make sense if you look at it from the idea that these people, these classes, came from the same origin, came from the same hometown, came from the same teacher, right? If again, somebody that was a fighter learned Dunamancy, makes sense that they would use it as an Echo Knight. But if someone who had more rogue features and more rogue characteristics were to learn Dunamancy, I don't want them to use it like an Echo Knight. I want them to learn their own way. And this, I think, is what exactly we did, is we got a rogue to basically decide how would Dunamancy be used for me. Instead of us creating what Dunamancy is for a rogue, I think we approached it as, how would a rogue apply Dunamancy in the ability to manipulate how well they can do their own powers.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm very happy with it. I'm really looking forward to the write-up, or at least what it looks like.
Yeah.
And then maybe we probably won't present it on like a Monday or anything, but we'll probably at least go like just read over it real quick with
sure.
the new verbiage and all that. Wow. I'm super excited about that. I hope
we
you
finished
guys are all
right on
excited.
time too.
Yeah, look at that. 4.5 hours on the dot, 3:30. That is exactly what we wanted. So I'm not going to talk much more. Thank you, everybody. I hope you guys really enjoyed today. This was a lot of fun. I don't know if I like this over pop culture builds. I really don't.
I mean,
It's a challenge either way.
It's a challenge either way, but I like them both. Like, especially the end result that we get out of it. Like, it's really hitting it. It really is.
This one was, I mean, this one's definitely more of our wheelhouse because we get to create more than we get to compare. Like,
Sure.
Pop culture builds is,
We're pulling from what D&D already has and trying to put something together. This is, we're embodying the thing that we're trying to create in the first place.
yeah. And I was really happy to do this one too.
Thank you, Soul.
Lulcifer had mentioned earlier too about like just doing more content where we show how we homebrew. And
Yeah.
this is amazing because, like, again, pop culture build was kind of nice about that, but it was more about how do we make things work that already exist. This was true homebrew. We
Yeah.
literally from start to finish built out exactly what it was, and I like it. I would like to play this. If I had to give this my own, I mean, obviously most of it would work with High Point, but it's 5e.
Sure.
So I would say that for the most part, I would probably give this myself. I'd probably give it a 7, but if this were submitted to us, I'd probably actually give it an 8 for an inspiration point. This alone isn't High Point ready, but doing this has made me rethink Dunamancy in High Point, and it's made me rethink like what subclasses really should feel like. So I would give myself an 8 with the inspiration point. 7.
Sure. Dude, that's sick.
Yeah.
This is beautiful. This is beautiful. I'm very.
Too. I got to give myself the points, right? Like,
heck yeah.
not everything I create is High Point.
Do you want it to go on the leaderboard?
No. That's not fair. That's not fair. But it would be. I mean, if you want like on the character sheet, like if you want on the write up, if you want to put like
some high points,
complimentary 8 out of 10 high points.
Yeah.
Because it's not fair if I put my own stuff
sure.
on the list. But
all 10s.
Yeah, but I would. Well, obviously, yeah, anything that's in High Point. But yeah, this was a lot of fun. I hope you guys really enjoyed. Soul, thank you so much for having fun. Hoylepa, being here. Yep. I think I saw a Big Dungeon somewhere.
I did not.
Out.
Maybe
not
I missed
chat.
it.
I think she's just hanging out there. Des was here.
Pokeniner was here. Lulcifer, Aki.
I didn't see Cosmic today.
No Cosmic.
So that's unfortunate. But yeah, I hope you guys who was here, I hope you guys really enjoyed it. This was a lot of fun for us. I know this isn't the longest stream that we've ever done for a community stream, or in general. But again, we have some other stuff. I think we've done everything we needed to do. We will post in the Discord as soon as either tonight or tomorrow. I will make a new channel for all of our builds, and then we'll post all of our pop culture build and this in there as well once we have it written up. And other than that, we'll be back on Monday. Do you know what item do we have on Monday?
Yes,
we didn't bring it up yesterday.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, let me pull this open real quick, but I think it's actually going to be Pokeniner, even though I think Pokeniner might be gone.
What?
Yes, it is the Hustler by Pokeniner. I believe this is a subclass. What type of subclass is it?
Sounds like a rogue.
It is a rogue.
Yeah.
It is a rogue.
All right, so join us on Monday where we will be doing a subclass review for the Hustler, a rogue subclass. Keep in mind that this Monday we are going to be starting on our new schedule. So Monday we will be trying to start closer to 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time instead of 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time.
Hour earlier.
Just because it's getting darker earlier, and both of us just need to be mindful of that. So yeah, join us on Monday, 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time for a homebrew review, where we will look at the community creation sent to us by Pokéniner. Other than that, I hope you guys are having a fantastic weekend so far. I hope you guys have a fantastic weekend ahead of you. We have some friend stuff to go do, so we're gonna go get prepared for that. And then we'll be back on Monday.
Yes, indeed.
Take these guys. Thank you so much for this choice.
This is fire.
Expect another. Oh shit.
Oh, have we not been collecting for new?
I never reset it for December, but we never figured out we could.
I feel like
be gone for like 2 or 3 weeks.
I feel like that's a good indication. Maybe we should pause on December and come back January.
We won't have a community stream in December. We may have a special stream. I need to talk to you about something.
Okay.
There might be a special stream in December. It won't be a community stream, but it might be a special stream.
I like special.
I have something cooking in the background, and I'll let you know once I have more details. If it's not December, it will be in January. So either way, community streams will return in January, and we may or may not have a special extra stream next month, regardless of our own creation.
Okay.
But yes, otherwise, we love you all. Have a fantastic rest of your week. We guys will see you on Monday. Cheers.
This is my friends.